Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, Hacker Frogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool today. We're doing HackerFrogs free hacking. We're hacking all the things. All right, everybody, it is Friday today. So everybody, TGIF, it is November 14th. And we're going to be doing 4 topics as is per usual over here. Normally we would be doing coding during our first hour in the stream, but we're going to be changing up a little bit because we're starting a new course over at HackerFrogs AfterSchool. That's going to be the cryptography course. So what we're going to do instead in the first hour is we're going to take a look at some cryptography challenges. And yeah, so that's going to be the first hour. In the second hour, we're going to start the HackerFrogs AfterSchool cryptography course. Today, we're going to be talking about encoding systems. It's not exactly cryptography, but it is very related to cryptography in that it's all about transforming information. Slever says, I might have caused a bit of DDoS. You did a DDoS when you were, okay. Okay, and there are skids in your school. Well, I mean, yeah, anytime you've got an environment where you've got a lot of people learning about hacking, there's going to be some people who are maybe a little bit lazy about learning their lessons on how to actually use the systems. But yeah, I hope you get back into cybersecurity stuff, Slavers. Okay, so the second hour we're going to be doing HackerFrogs After School. The third hour we're going to be doing some binary hacking demos over at PicoCTF. And in the fourth and fifth hours, we're going to be doing the Standoff365 Network, and this is going to be a challenge for me. And we're just going to take a look at how to do scanning against multi-system networks on this platform here. All right, so without further ado, we should probably get going with the first topic. Let me set up my overlays just a second. So topic 1 is here. Topic 2 is on deck. Okay, so we're going to be doing some challenges from this side over here. It's called OLIcyber, and it's an Italian cybersecurity education platform. But you don't have to worry too much about using. You don't have to worry too much about the language barrier, because on most of your browsers you have the capability to translate an entire website, and you would do it by going over to the options menu over in the corner. And then you can select Translate Page over here. Well, I'm using Firefox, for example. And you can choose Translate from Italian to English. It's pretty seamless. It's pretty painless. Let's see. Sliver says 6 people got kicked out of school because of you. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope everything works out okay in that situation. All right. So the challenges over at OLIcyber, they come in a few different categories, like all typical CTF exercises. So there's miscellaneous, network security, web security, and cryptography, software security, etc., etc. We're going to be doing challenges from the cryptography section in the introduction challenges here. So that means that we're going to be doing some easy challenges over on the platform. And if you're interested, you can access it from challenges over here once you're logged into the OLIcyber website. You can make an account there for free, and if you want to join in along with us, it is totally possible. So we're going to be doing this one over here. It's called Crypto XOR 1. So XOR is a pretty important concept to understand if you want to do cryptography. And while we do the challenge, we're going to be doing a little write-up for it as well. Okay, you were helping the IT catch the DDoS attackers, and the DDoS attackers were students in the program. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, if they chose to DDoS the program, it's that's that's their decision, and if they get caught and they get kicked out of the school, that's also their decision, or that's the consequence that they get. All right, so let's go ahead and start this write-up. Create a new file. We'll call this Crypto04 XOR1. So we'll just slap an MD on top of that, and then we'll make sure that we don't have any spaces in the file name because GitHub doesn't like that. Okay. So for each one of they were connected to the internet and without they were connected to the internet. Yeah, I guess they didn't really hide their tracks very well. So that's well, I mean, that's the thing. If you don't do stuff if you want to do bad things, you should at least try to hide your tracks. And in this case, I guess they didn't. Okay, so we're going to record the URL for the challenge, the concept we need to understand to do the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. So let's go ahead and record. We'll record the URL for the challenge. This is challenge number 329. Okay. Okay, the concept is XOR. So XOR is a mathematical bitwise operation that is at the core of a lot of different cryptography concepts. Cartier says bad OPSEC. It looks like it. I guess that's one of the things you got to learn. You have to learn how to do good OPSEC, which is kind of ironic because you don't really want to encourage the bad people to do good OPSEC, but here we are. All right, method to solve. Let's take a look at the challenge then. So it says a very simple and effective way to obfuscate a message is to use the XOR with the secret key. The definition is about logical variables, true, false, but the concept can be very quickly extended naturally to bit strings. So XOR between two binary sequences become the XOR bit by bit, I assume. Suffers asks, how are the birds since it's winter? Birds are much more hungry these days, so they're much more aggressive about feeding at the at the bird feeder during the winter because they feel like they need to store a lot more food. Okay, for example, we got this number XOR this number equals this number. I'll explain what XOR is in just a little bit. So it says in Python, XOR between two integers is given by the operator, this one over here. It looks like the caret. To do it XOR between two strings, you need to convert them first into bytes and then perform the byte operation, byte by byte operations. I guess the translation on the site isn't too exact. So a function in Python to do XOR between two byte objects can be like this. So def XOR AB, return bytes X XOR Y for XOR Y in zip AB. Zip AB? That's funny. Sliver says, we have a coffee shop next to our school. Would you You could attack from there. Well, I mean, don't give them any bright ideas. But sure. To get the flag of this challenge, make the XOR of these two messages. Be careful to decode properly from hexadecimal to bytes. Okay, so we need to go from hexadecimal to bytes. And I guess what we need to do is we need to use some Python. So I wasn't especially ready to do Python today. Well, I guess we need to do Python every day because that's what you do in cybersecurity. Okay, let's go ahead and, well, I've got some terminals over here. Let me go ahead and color code these things just to make it a little easier to keep track of where the tabs are. Okay, and let's change the color of this one as well. Jason IT Solution says, "Hello, Shyhat. What are we doing today?" So we're doing a lot of cryptography first, and then we're going to move into some binary hacking, and then we're going to do some network hacking stuff. So the first two exercises we're going to be doing today are both going to be about cryptography stuff, and we're just getting ready to create some Python scripts for cryptography. So let me go ahead and do that. At least Python isn't too hard. Python, well, I mean, Python code can get difficult, of course. And let's go ahead and make a Python script. So let's see. Let's see. Use nano. We'll make one called XOR 04.py because apparently this is the 4th cryptography challenge. And we'll do nano with -L to get line numbers. Okay, so we'll be using this other window to actually run the Python code. So let's go ahead and, so a function in Python to do XOR between two bytes objects can be this. So I mean, we might as well steal the code because they give it to us anyways. So def XOR AB return bytes of x, y, x or y for x or y in zip AB. Zip AB. I'm not too familiar with the zip zip function inside of Python, but I guess we could look it up if we need to. Severs asks, what's your favorite code editor? I don't really use code editors, so I pretty much just use Nano for everything. I know a lot of people will take issue with that, but I'm not much of a coder, and that's why I just use the simplest thing. And the simplest thing most of the time is using Nano over on Linux. Okay, so we need to do an XOR of these two messages. So message 1 is this, and message 2 is this. Okay, let me grab these two, and then we'll go back. So message 1, message 2, we can separate these out. And in fact, I mean, this should be okay. We've got our function definition over here, and then we just need to make sure to convert these messages into bytes. So return bytes of this, and I mean, what happens if we just run the function? So XOR will print out XOR of M1 and M2, M1, M2, and we'll see what happens. So it said it probably isn't going to go over completely smoothly, but we'll give it a try. So Python XOR, what was it, 04? Oh, we need to, yeah, okay, we wrote out the script. No, it doesn't exist. What did I call it? What directory am I in? Oh, I'm in the local target directory. Hold on, I shouldn't be in this directory. Let's call this Python editor. We'll get out of here. Yeah, we're in local target. We need to move this over to the temp directory. So we're just going to move XOR 04.py. to // Okay, so we have the script in here. Let's keep on editing the script. And then let's run the script. Okay, invalid decimal literal. Okay, line 4. So line 4 is, oh, okay. These should be strings. That's the first thing. Slever says, I'm going to go to sleep. Just came in here to say hi. See you later. Slevers, you must live in Europe probably. If you say that you're about to go to bed, it's about bedtime over in Europe. So that's my guess. Okay, so we'll write that out. We'll try again. So unsupported operand type for string and string. So we need to convert these to bytes first. So to convert these to bytes, we would do, well, okay. Let's label these. So this is the hex string, and we need to convert them to bytes. Hex bytes. I'm out here doxing my chatters. No, I'm just coming to some logical conclusions. But hello, Morningstar option. Hey, what is up? Okay, so what we need to do is we need to turn these into bytes. I'm pretty sure that there's a function called bytes from hex. Let's see. Let's look that up. Convert hex strings to bytes. Python. I need to put the word Python on there. Convert hex strings to bytes Python. So it's bytes from hex. Okay, so bytes dot from hex string. So I just need to use this function here. Okay, we'll go back. So m1 bytes equals, and we've got m2 bytes. So bytes from hex for m1. And we'll do the same thing for m2. Okay, and then we will replace the parameters. So m1 bytes, m2 bytes. Jason IT Solution says, I always do practice using your previous streams, and I know I'm going to be very solid because of you. That's a great compliment. Thank you very much. But you know, always make sure to double check the stuff that I'm doing, because the stuff that I'm doing isn't always correct. You just need to keep that in mind. Okay, so we managed to get the flag for this challenge. So flag, so these are bytes, and it says flag XOR for the win. Awesome. So we managed to successfully use the XOR function in order to do an XOR operation between two strings, so two hexadecimal strings. Okay, so well, we might as well save this out, and we'll use this script in our write-up. Why can't I cat that out? XOR 04.py. Yeah, okay. Go back to the write-up and method of solve. So the challenge tasks us with doing a XOR string operation between two hexadecimal strings. We can use the following Python script to get that done. Okay, and then we will just paste in our script here. All right, let's commit these changes, and then we can move on to the next challenge. Okay, so before we go on, I'll just explain very quickly what the XOR operation actually is. Okay, so the XOR operation is a bitwise operation that that applies on the binary level. So say we've got some binary numbers. It doesn't really matter what the numbers are. I'm just going to randomly put in some numbers here. And the operation is between each bit inside of the binary number. So each pair in the binary number, if the two numbers are the same, then it's going to produce a 0. But if they're not the same, then it's going to produce a 1. So if we go pair by pair in the number, so we do that is different, that is different, that is the same, that is different, the same, 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 the same. Okay, so if we XOR this binary number here by this binary number, this one is the result. So the reason we would want to know about this is so that we can do some other mathematical operations. XOR has a bunch of different properties when you XOR certain numbers with certain other numbers. And one of the primary things that we need to know about XOR is that if we've got two numbers in the XOR, we can find the third number in the XOR. So say that we've got this number and we've got this number. We would simply XOR these two numbers together, and then we would get this third number here. So let's pretend that we've got this number and we've got this number here. Let me copy that. So if we do the XOR operation between these, let's manually do it really quick. So this is 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, no, 1, 1, 0, 0. Okay, so by doing the XOR operation between these two numbers, we get this exact number right here. Let me just compare these two really quick. Okay, and this is the exact same number. So we can also use XOR as a type of cryptography as well, because if we've got our secret message and our key, then the resulting ciphertext would be what happens after the XOR operation is done. So, but anyways, let's continue on to the next challenge. So the next challenge is another XOR challenge. Let's take a look. And you know what? Let's play some music while we're at it. Hello, GX000. Welcome to the stream. GX000 is another hacker frog, and he likes to play the Budweiser music. How many minutes have we been doing this? So we've been at this for about 21 minutes. So 21 minus, it's like 39? We got 39 minutes left. And thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Booyah, says GX000. Thank you very much. And if you want to be cool like GX000 and you have Amazon Prime, you can always give me your Prime subscription, which would be really nice, and I would really appreciate it. Anyways, let's move on to the next challenge. Okay, so we're just doing some cryptography stuff over here at the Italian site OLIcyber.it. Oh, we forgot to submit the flag for this challenge. I guess we could do that. Let's go ahead and get the flag. Flag XOR for the win. Great. Copy that. Submit that as the flag, and we're done. Okay. Next challenge. Next challenge, we got another XOR challenge. Okay, so this is Crypto5 XOR 2. So if you want to take a look at this yourself, and you have an account over at OLIcyber, you can take a look at it yourself over here. But before we go on, I'm going to start up my walkthrough, because I'm doing documentation for all this stuff. In cybersecurity, if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. So you need to learn how to do write-ups for yourself for all the challenges that you do. Okay, so the URL of the challenge is here, the concept for the challenge is here, and the method of solve here. In this case, we're still dealing with XOR as the concept for the challenge, but we're dealing with XOR as a one-time pad. So one-time pad is a specific type of cryptography. One-time pad, and it's very similar to the in principle to the XOR operation. Okay, so before we do this, we need to grab the challenge URL. Let me grab that. Okay, so how do we solve this challenge? Let's take a look. The encryption method used in the previous challenge is the one-time pad. So a key detail to achieve perfect security is that it's as long as the message. It's as long as the message. Okay, so we're talking about the one-time pad cryptography, what was it called? Cipher. And to make sure that something is secure, we need to make sure that the message that is being encrypted is as long as the key that is used to do the encryption. So if we've got a, let's see, plain text secret, and it's equal to this is a secret, and we've got the XOR, or let's see, the XOR key, and the key is equal to key, then this is not super secure. This is not super secure. Whatever results, let's see, let's just call this the ciphertext secret. So whatever results, this is a secret, and I don't know, it'll just encode it into some characters, right? So the thing is that if we know that the one-time pad was used, and we also know that the XOR key is very short, and we know a little bit about what could be in the secret message, we could potentially do an XOR, like an XOR operation between the plain text secret and the ciphertext secret, and then we would be able to get part or all of the key. And then after we've got the key, then we can just do the plain text secret with the key to get the full ciphertext secret. So let me demonstrate what that looks like. Okay, so in the event that the key is very short and repeated, for example, it may be possible to attack through brute force. Try all the candidate keys and see which one gets a sensible result. In this challenge, the key used is only 1 byte long. Find a way to decipher the message. So let's see, note that the plain text does not begin with the usual flag and does not end with OK. So I guess they're throwing a wrench into our plans to decipher the ciphertext. Okay, so the flag is flag plus plain text plus, yeah, this stuff over here. Alright, so the only thing that they give us is the ciphertext. So they give us the ciphertext here. They also let us know that the key is 1 byte long. So we just need to brute force the operation between the 1 byte and the ciphertext to try to get a sensible result, right? So let's grab the ciphertext here. We'll go back to our Python coding window. We'll call this XOR 05. Okay, so we've got the ciphertext. And what we need to do is well, I suppose, okay, so if this is the ciphertext, we should probably turn this into a string, otherwise it could get very messy when we try to do the XOR operation. And we got some ads running on Twitch. When ads run on Twitch, I also run them on YouTube. And we put on the birds. So here are some birds. We will be back in about 60 seconds. Just need to take a little water break. And yeah, enjoy the music. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. Okay, we'll put the birds away, we'll get back to the hacking. Alright, so in this case we've got our ciphertext. We've also have we need to turn the ciphertext into bytes. So what was the function was called, so this is the ciphertext string, and we need to turn the ciphertext into bytes. So ciphertext bytes. Grimran says, I spent 5 hours straight to try and learn JavaScript, and I already regret it. Don't use JavaScript. I mean, I'm sure that if you know. So Grimran, let me suggest a site for learning JavaScript. What site are you using to learn JavaScript right now? Because I like to use W3 Schools. It's a pretty good website. It's free, and let's see, JavaScript. Why don't you try this site for learning JavaScript? So you just need to go down, you know, one section at a time. Should be okay. All right, let's go back. W3 Schools is what I always use. 3D Code Warrior, hello, nice to see you here. Yeah, so W3 Schools is pretty good. If you just want to, you know, play around with some JavaScript. What is it called? Playcode.io JavaScript. This is pretty good as well. So if you just want to write some JavaScript and play around with it, you could use this. But yeah, let's get back to the challenge. So we got our ciphertext over here, and we need to turn this into bytes first. Hold on. Okay, so we do the bytes from hex method. So let's go ahead and do that. So ciphertext bytes is cipher, we'll just call this cipher bytes, equal bytes from hex with ciphertext. Okay. Mostly spent 5 hours reading. Well, I don't know if that's the way you want to learn code. Most of the time I like to learn code by writing little bits of code and then executing the code and seeing if the stuff works. But that's just me. Okay, so we got ciphertext and then ciphertext bytes, and there was a function that we got from the previous level. So in the previous level, let's go ahead and grab that. Let's go ahead and grab the script or the function that we used from the previous one. Okay, the previous one, yeah, was this one. So they had this function right here, XOR AB, return bytes, etc., etc. Okay, copy that, and then we'll go back to our current window here. So we do our function definition over here, and what we want to do is we want to do a test. So if we want to do just one byte and then do the XOR operation. So let's see. If we just want to define one byte, this is something that I don't do in Python very often, so I'll just look it up real quick. let's see, Python define byte object. So byte object, in Python, a bytes object represents an immutable sequence of 8-bit values, okay? There's several ways to define a bytes object. Using a B prefix with the string literal, this is a common way to define bytes. Okay, and then we could also do bytes in hexadecimal, hexadecimal representation. So hexadecimal representation is probably the better way to do it. And yeah, so bytes, you can also use the bytes constructor. The constructor offers more flexibility for creating byte objects. Okay, so encoded bytes equals bytes myString. Sure. Bytes of myString. MyString equals hello world. And what we want to do in this particular exercise is we want to do a for loop. A for something in range. Let's go back over here. So let's see, bytes range. Something like for I in range 255, because maybe 256. Actually, 255, because when we're dealing with bytes, valid byte values are from 0 to 255 generally. Grimrin says, reading and coding at the same time I've tried, but personally I think reading and repeating the reading is the same thing over and over is better. It really depends on what your learning style is. I like to be very hands-on when I'm learning about coding, but do what works best for you. Okay, so for I in range 255, we need to do the XOR operation, or print the result of the XOR operation actually, wait, we'll call this XOR result equals XOR with cipher bytes and I. Or not I, it's the bytes version of I. So the bytes version of I is what? So bytes of I. So let's see, from an iterable of integers, bytes of I. And I think I should be an integer. So maybe, is I an integer or is I a string? I'm not completely sure. These things are important to keep track of in Python. Bytes I. Maybe we should do one, just a test one first. JW, hello, nice to see you here. Int, oh, they're going to be integers, okay? Exigency ID, hello, nice to see you here. Alexander says, best way to learn to code is to code and encounter the concepts that you've been reading about. It's hard just to apply the correct way when you haven't seen the wrong way. Yeah, I mean, I do a lot of trial and error when I'm learning how to code. Well, in the end, all I want is code that works, but that's not especially a great way to view it from a security point of view, but from a learning point of view, that's probably the way you want to do about it. Okay, so for I in range, XOR result equals cipher bytes, XOR between cipher bytes and bytes I, and we'll try printing out a message with an F string. This is the result for I. For I, and then we'll also print out the XOR result. Okay, Grimrin says, Python is much better than JavaScript, but I think C++ is better, I've heard. I mean, the only way to really know what's better for you is to try it out. That's what I think. Okay, so let's give this a go. It might work, it might not work, but we got the code. Python XOR 5. Okay, so I mean, it looks like it works, but we get bytes back. But what we really want is we want to get the bytes as interpreted by Actually, the correct answer should Why did these all look the same? Yeah, all of these results are the same. I wonder why that is. Okay, let's go back. Yeah, we're not getting the correct results. This actually reminds me of an exercise that we do over at, what is it called? The CryptoHack platform. And the CryptoHack platform is the platform that we're going to be using to learn about cryptography. Let me see if I can grab the script that we use for that challenge. So it's kind of metagaming the thing. Just a second. Jason IT Solution says, check the result of zip AB. Zip AB. Jason IT Solution says, I hate coding. I know like 5 languages, but coding is overrated. Well, I mean, that is an opinion. I think a lot of people would disagree that coding is overrated, but yeah. Let's see. So I think the code that did the job for CryptoHack, we can find it in HackerFrogs AfterSchool. For cryptography, no. Session notes. Session notes, batch 2 cryptography, XOR operation 2, probably? Or I think there was called one, the challenge was called like favorite byte, I think. Let's go back. Gurman says, next 10 years or so, according to AI, we won't be coding anymore. You do not want AI to be the only thing creating code. You definitely want real people to understand how the code works, because if you rely solely on the AI to do your coding, you will have a very, very bad time. XOR properties, favorite byte. Okay, so this is the one that we did for another challenge. Let me just grab the code, and we'll examine the code and try to adapt it to what we've got here. Okay, we got bin ASCII. So bin ASCII is binary to ASCII, I guess. And then we got our string is equal to bin ASCII dot unhexlify, and then we got our hex string over here. Okay, and then we do, what is it? L equals for cin string. Just a second. So for cin string, L equals C for C in string. So C for C in string. I'm not exactly sure what that does. F equals, let's see, character function N XOR I for N and L. For N and L, L is this thing. A is equal to join F. Where is F? Oh, okay. So I guess what we're doing here is we're putting together a message byte by byte. Jason IT Solution says, sure, people that are not doing coding, they eat clean money. Eat clean money stuff without scratching their heads. Social engineers. I mean, if we definitely don't want to pass on all of our coding to AI without oversight. That's very bad. AI is evolving quicker than you think. The founder of ChatGPT left and made a safer AI because the founder said it's going to be taking over in the next couple of years. Taking over in the next couple of years. When you say taking over, do you mean like, you know? That's hard to say. We definitely want to use AI as a tool. We definitely don't want to overly rely on AI for everything. Okay, so we got bin ASCII over here, and I think we can just move it up to the top. And in this case, I guess we don't need the ciphertext bytes anymore because we're using another function to do it instead. We're going to be using bin ASCII unhexlify. And we're just going to pass it off the ciphertext. Let's see, JW01 says, zip doesn't do what you expect if you pass values with different lengths. Okay, so I guess we can't use the zip in this case. We're going to use some other stuff. So in this case, we're just going to use this other stuff. We don't need this particular XOR function anymore. So we're just going to get rid of this. I guess we can get rid of this too. So string equals bin ASCII unhexlify on the ciphertext here. Go up here. Jason IT Solution, prompt engineers are eating good money. Prompt engineers. I guess, what kind of prompt engineering are you talking about? Are you talking about prompt engineering to trick the AI into giving up information that it's not supposed to, or are you talking about prompt engineering in some other aspect? Job market is widening up because of AI. AI is definitely causing a very big upset in the job market. Whether or not it's ultimately going to stabilize, well, I guess with time it'll eventually stabilize. Okay, so byte and then message I, range 256, message is A, which is the XOR operation between each byte in the string. So over here, well, let's give this a go. Okay, so the good thing about this method over here is that if there's a printable character associated with the thing, with each one of these bytes, it'll show it. So, most of these are gibberish. And do I see any other messages that might be relevant? These should be relatively easy to sift through since they're only 255. But I don't see anything. Oh, here you go. 1 byte to rule them all. Yeah. So all right. Yeah, let's just check to see this is the correct flag. So the correct flag has to be in this format: flag, and then brackets, and then put the message inside the brackets. We'll try this one out. If it works, then, well, we know it's the correct one. Let's go back. Where's our challenge? Here it is. Okay. Let's submit this. Okay, this is the valid flag. Great. All right, so let's go back and document this. So this was a brute force attack between the ciphertext and the bytes. So the byte, well, we're just doing a brute force attack between all possible bytes between 0 and 255. And in this case, we were able to find the correct message by examining this thing closely. The other thing we could do is we could implement some sort of check to check if every one of these bytes was a printable ASCII message. And yeah, that's another way we could implement this. But for now, this seems to be okay. Let's go ahead and save this out. And we will read our script. Okay, go back to our challenge. Or sorry, go back to our write-up. So the XOR and XOR as a one-time pad. In this case, it's not really XOR as a one-time pad. It's more like XOR brute force. So brute force by bytes. Okay, so we can supply the script here. And we'll just talk very briefly about what the challenge wants from us. The challenge gives us a ciphertext string along with an instruction to brute force the ciphertext with what is it called? With bytes. In this case, we supply a single byte as the key to brute force the XOR ciphertext. Okay, let's save this out, and we've got 10 minutes. I have a feeling we won't be able to finish the next challenge in 10 minutes, but we can take a look at it. Okay, so XOR2, done. And the next one is one more time, please. Huh, I wonder what this one is. Using Vernum cipher is perfect in the price. Is perfect. What is Vernum cipher? So this is a new thing. Oh, okay, this is the Italian version. Can I get the English version? I don't see the English version. Hold on. Let's just look. Well, first of all, we'll do the English Wikipedia because I don't read Italian. Okay, so Vernum's cipher. One-time pad. Okay. So the Vernum cipher is the one-time pad. So the one-time pad is the encryption technique that uses a ciphertext and a plaintext and a key, and you're basically doing the XOR operation between each one of the characters in the key with the plaintext to perform the ciphertext. Okay, so if you want to take a look at what I'm looking at, it's this thing right here. Okay, so intuitively, even by attacking the key by brute, the key is obtained all the clear text of that length. It is therefore not possible to distinguish the correct one from the others. A fundamental principle in these encryption methods is the one-time pad. Bit008, hello, nice to see you here. Grimmer asks, do comments do anything for coding? Are they even useful for coding? I never use comments. I think a lot of people would disagree with you by saying that you should never use comments. If you can code without using comments, that's fine, but most people use a lot of comments to keep track of how their code is working. There's a website for learning assembly as good as... Is there a website for learning assembly as good as W3 School? I don't... Obito, hello, nice to see you here. I don't think there's a website that is as good for learning assembly, but I know a good website. I don't know if it's good as W3 schools, but this is what I recommend to people. It's called asmtutor.com, and it teaches you how to do x86 assembly using NASM, the NASM assembler. Right. I mean, the other good thing about comments is that they let other people that are not you, who are looking at your code, understand what the heck is going on. Because otherwise, you know, if you've got a complete stranger looking at your code, they might have a very hard time trying to decipher what's going on. Okay, so let's see. One-time pad is to never reuse a key more than once. In the case of the reuse of a key, weaknesses are introduced. Knowing something of one of the messages, you can decrypt them without having any information about the key. In case of using XOR as an operation, there's some very convenient tools for this type of attack called crypt_drag, for example, MTP. W3 Schools is best, but let's see. Alexander says, comments are only useful for things not obvious in the code. You should ideally code in a way that it is obvious to what's happening. Well, I mean, I agree that you should code in a way that makes it easy for people to understand what's going on, but I mean, that's an ideal. Comments, I think that there is such thing as over-commenting as well, but a lot of people would rather you over-comment in your code than under-comment. Jason IT Solution says, everybody nowadays is vibe coding and streaming, even the beginners, but they make it feel that I'm very dumb. Well, I mean, I don't know. You can definitely make an argument against vibe coding, because vibe coding is something that you want to do if you're experienced in coding, so that you can go in and examine what exactly the code is doing and to correct the mistakes that the code is getting wrong. If you don't already know the language that you're vibe coding in, then you would never know how to correct the mistakes that it's making if it's making mistakes. So it's kind of it's not something that beginners should be doing. Okay, so where are we here? So we've got output.txt here. So let's see, MTP. I wonder what this is. It's probably going to be a GitHub in Italian. No, it's not. Keys in a one-time pad encryption should only be used once. When they get reused, we can do a many-time pad attack. Many-time pad attacks interactive uses automated cryptanalysis to present a partial decryption of what can be solved interactively. Okay. Huh. I've never encountered this before. German says, why use comments when you don't want people to steal or see your code? Well, I mean, the code that I'm creating is meant to be observed by other people. So I'm not keeping it secret. I mean, Grimrin, you can decide not to use comments. That's fine. But I don't think you should be telling people not to use comments. It's up to them to decide if they want to use comments or not. Okay, so Bit, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so we've got an attachment output.txt. I'm assuming that this is what we need to decode. So I'm just going to download this, and we can move it into our directory. What was the file called? Output. Segfault says, no comments as an anti-theft security feature. That, well, I mean, no comments as an anti-theft security feature. I don't know about that. But let's take a look at what's in this output.txt file. Oh, it's just a really long message. Okay, so let's run an ad on YouTube. We're just going to take a little water break. We'll be back in about 45 seconds. Okay, here are the birds. We'll be back in a little bit. Just need to have a little bit of water. Okay, and let's catch up with chat. So Gurren says, not like you. Not. What? If anybody wanted to not share code, or if somebody hacks you, why would you want them to see what is it for that easy? That's. Are you assuming that. Are you trying to write code in a way where you assume that you're going to get hacked and other people are going to steal your code? I don't know if that's the way you want to look at it. So Gurman, the other good thing about documentation or comments in your code in general is that you might understand what the code is doing in the moment or while you're looking at the code while it's fresh in your mind. The thing is that you might save that code, you might revisit it like months down the road or maybe years down the road, and years later you might not understand what the heck you were coding because you didn't leave comments. So that's an argument for comments. JS90 Solution says, using comments is a professional way of explaining your code or making it making others able to understand it. Most of the comments are used to auto-generate documentation in a professional environment, of course. If someone has access to read the code or the comments, you don't want them. Yeah, then your problem is much bigger. Right. Segfaults. Alexander says, if somebody hacked you, trust me, they'll be able to figure out what your code does. I mean, yeah, they'll be able to figure out what your code does. If it's not them figuring out what the code does, most people pass bits of code over to the AI. You know, we're talking about, you know, the AI and whether or not it can help us do coding. AI is generally pretty good at explaining how code works. Some people say that you shouldn't, you know, rely on AI to give you a summary of what, you know, certain bits of code are doing. But I think it's a pretty good I think that is a pretty good use of using, you know, LLMs, ChatGPT, Claude, etc. Bit says, learning about digital forensics and using tools such as SleuthKit, I'm still struggling to understand. Bit, what exactly are you struggling to understand? Maybe we can help you out. GradXT says, hi. Hi, GradXT. Nice to see you here. Jason IT Solutions, still code is not code when it is not... Code is not code when it is not documented. Okay? Grimrin says, not that easy. You have to reverse engineer it to see what the code does. You're not going to be able to convince me that not documenting or not commenting your code is the quote-unquote correct thing to do. If you want to be super secret and you don't want to document your own code, fine. But saying to everybody that everybody should do it that way, that is not correct. Okay, so it looks like we're done. Great. Well, we're going to be switching over into the next part of the stream. Let me go ahead and topic 1 is done. Topic 2 is here. Topic 3 is on deck. Alexander says, I don't think Grim understands the difference between source code and executable. Source code and executable. Yeah. Are you talking about source code or are you talking about the executables that are created from the source code? Because the two are different. If you're talking about Python, Python is not a compiled language. JavaScript is also not a compiled language. Okay, GretXC says AI greatly simplifies understanding new code without comments. Source, I've done it in CTFs. Yeah. I mean, usually it's one of many tools that we can use when we're solving, like, some sort of problem. And most of the time when we're talking about CTFs, we are talking about novel problems that we want to solve. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to HackerFrogs AfterSchool. This is going to be our first session on cryptography, so let's go ahead and get started. All right, let's start the timer. Hey everybody, this is HackerFrogs AfterSchool. We're doing encoding with cryptohack.org. This is the first session we're going to be doing for cryptography. We're not delving super deep into real cryptography, but we're going to be talking about a few different concepts that we need to understand to get started in cryptography. So HackerFrogs AfterSchool is a cybersecurity program for learning beginner cybersecurity skills across a wide variety of subjects. We'll just turn the music off for this segment of the stream. This workshop is the first lesson for cryptography. In this first lesson, we'll be easing into some simple cryptographic concepts through learning about encoding. So what is encoding? Encoding refers to the process of converting data from one form to another, often for the purpose of efficient storage, transmission, or representation. So for example, we've got hello in ASCII encoding. So ASCII encoding is a type of encoding where we turn binary numbers into readable letters and symbols. Jason IT Solution says, do you need a good British accent tutor who could give me one-on-one private tutoring in British accent? No. No, I don't know any British accent tutors, C1 and C2 level. I mean, I'm not too sure what the subject is. I don't know any British tutors, unfortunately. Okay, so what are we talking about? So yeah, we've got these letters for hello in ASCII encoding. So each one of these letters can be represented in a few different ways, with binary numbers, with hexadecimal numbers, with decimal numbers, or and these are all ways of transforming the information. So for example, the word hello can appear on the computer. Before the word hello can appear on a computer screen, it needs to be encoded into ASCII characters from the binary numbers that computers use. So computers, all of the information that is fed through a computer or a CPU, it's just a bunch of binary numbers, a bunch of electrical pulses that are either on or off. And it is this string of pulses that gets interpreted as data for the computer to use. Although encoding transforms data from one form to another, it is not considered cryptography because the purpose of encoding isn't to keep data secret. So we're talking about transforming information in a operation called encoding, but it's not cryptography. This has to be stated over and over again because some people think that encoding is encryption, and it is not. Nonetheless, encoding is a good introduction to cryptography because it introduces us to transforming data according to different systems and rules. Okay, so we're going to be using the CryptoHack platform to learn about encryption and cryptography stuff. And we're going to be learning encoding basics working through the intro course on the CryptoHack platform, which is a great free platform for learning cryptography concepts. So let me go ahead and give you the link for CryptoHack. If you want to sign up, you can sign up for free, so why not? Okay. So if you don't already have an account there, you can sign up at the following link. So cryptohack.org/register. And you might need to use this website to complete the registration because when you sign up for an account, they make you look at some sort of cipher, or at least they used to. Let me see if they still do. Let me go ahead and try this out in the private window. cryptohack.org/register. Okay, so when you register your name, you need to solve the Roman Emperor cipher, which is the Caesar cipher, The easiest way to do this is to copy the string here and then go to a website like, I think it should be in rot13. So you go over to rot13.com, you put this in, you decipher it. Oh, it looks like it's not rot13. What you want to do is you want to, actually, there's probably a better website to use. We can use the decode website, decode.fr. And they've got one for Caesar cipher. Okay, and you can use this one. CyberChef has a rot brute force. Oh, I mean, there's a lot of different tools that we can use. This one's pretty well known. The Decode website is very well respected. So if you had this particular string, we could go over to decode.fr Caesar cipher and then paste in our string and then click on the decrypt brute force button. And we're looking for a string that looks like English words. So suffer, board, ocean, animal. This is probably the one. It's going to be different each time you do it. So it's not always going to be these words that are decrypted. Grimrin asks, is JavaScript the only language that is built into with a built-in cryptography function? Is JavaScript the only language with a built-in cryptography function? No, there are cryptography functions for almost every programming language. So there are cryptography functions for C++. There are cryptography functions for Python. Every programming language has cryptography functions. Okay, let's so that's just if you're making a new account, you need to decode this thing to register your account. But anyways, let's continue. After you've logged in, navigate to this link to start the course. So CryptoHack Courses Intro Course Details. Yeah, this one right here. So this one has a bunch of different challenges, and we're going to be finishing up until this challenge right here. So we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to do 6 different challenges today, just to familiarize ourselves with the CryptoHack site and solving challenges over there. So you want to start by, let's see, you can click on Start Course, and that'll start the course with the first challenge here, called Finding Flags. So let's just talk about it. This one's pretty simple. So it says here that each challenge is designed to help you introduce to a new piece of cryptography. Solving the challenge will require you to find a flag. These flags will usually be in this format, crypto, your first flag. The flag format helps you verify that you found the correct solution. Try submitting this flag into the form below to solve your first challenge. So I've already solved the challenge, so I can't submit the flag again. But if you haven't solved the challenge, there'll be a space down here where you can paste in your flag over here, crypto your first flag, and then click on the submit button to finish the challenge. So that's all you need to do for this challenge. If you're following along with us and you've finished this challenge, let us know in the chat by typing in, I found that flag, smiley face, like this. Thank you. I just want to get a feeling for anybody who might be following along with our challenges here. Okay, so the flag is just this. This is otherwise known as what is called a a sanity check. Sanity checks are challenges that just give you the flag, and they let you submit the flag very easily to make sure that you understand how to submit the flags inside of these challenges. Okay, so when you're done, you can go over to the next challenge. Just click on Next. Okay, so in this challenge, they're talking about Python. So the challenge is called Great Snakes. So modern cryptography involves code, and code involves coding. CryptoHack provides a good opportunity to sharpen your skills. Of all the modern programming languages, Python 3 stands out as ideal for quickly writing cryptographic scripts and attacks. For more information about why we think Python is so great at this, please look at the FAQ. Well, we don't need to look at that. It just says run the attached Python script and it will output your flag. So we have a Python script over here, and we've already solved the challenge, but you know what we can do? We can download this. So we can copy the link. GradXT says, knowing the flag format can also help crypto challenges in particular, because you know to use part of the flag as a crib or known plain text. That is absolutely correct, GradXT. Okay, so so if you don't have a Linux console to use, we can always use this one over here. It's called JS Linux. And you can use this link to start up a Linux virtual machine that we can use to solve these challenges. Okay, so this is a web accessible version of Linux. This one is running Fedora Linux. And what we can do is we can just use wget to download that Python script. So let's see. We have the link over here, right click on it, do copy link, and then in the JS Linux type in wget, paste in your link, hit enter. It's going to be a bit slow because the network connections for these JS Linux machines, it is not very fast. And I'm pretty sure that's intentional so that people aren't using these virtual machines to do like heavy computing work. Okay, so after that, we've got our Great Snakes Python script, and we can run it to get the flag. So all you need to do is just, let's see, I'm pretty sure we're using Python in this case. So we can just type in Python space and then Great Snakes. So this is, if you don't know, inside the terminal, you can start typing out the name of a file that's really, really long, and then hit the tab key on your keyboard to autocomplete the file name. This is a very convenient way to type out really long file and directory names. Okay, so when we run the Python script on the Great Snakes Python file, then we get crypto zen of Python as the flag. So we don't really need to know the contents of the Great Snakes Python code, but let's take a look just for fun. Okay, so all right. So this is actually, if you take a look at the code in here, what we're doing is we're taking a list of numbers and we're turning those numbers into their ASCII equivalents. So 81 is associated with the crypto, with the C character. 64 is associated with the R character, and we're printing out each one of these characters one at a time to create our flag. So we're just going to grab the flag and copy it. We'll go back to CryptoHack, and then we will paste in the flag in this flag submission field. So I'm done already, so you can just paste it in yourself and click on submit, and then you'll be finished. Okay. And then after that, we can move on to the next challenge. So if you've done this challenge, if you finished the challenge and you're following along with us, let us know in the chat. Type in Great Snake and then PogChamp like this to let us know that you've finished the challenge. Okay, and let's move on to the next challenge. Actually, wait, do I have notes to talk about here? ASCII encoding. Okay, so let's talk about ASCII encoding before we move on, because ASCII encoding is a pretty common thing that we encounter when we talk about these encoding challenges. So the first system of encoding that we'll look at is ASCII, which is a common text encoding system which assigns numerical values to letters, numbers, and symbols. So H in ASCII encoding, so this is the lowercase h character. In binary, it's this binary number. in hexadecimal, it's this hexadecimal number, and in decimal, it's this decimal number here. So every time we want to encode or decode the letter H, it might be into one of these different systems here, these number systems. Okay, ASCII can take its input in different numerical formats, such as binary, which is base 2 counting, hexadecimal, which is base 16 counting, and decimal, which is base 10 counting. Okay, we also have the original ASCII characters in the big ASCII table over here. If you want to take a look at the table in its entirety, it's pretty easy to look up. ASCII table. I am test play. Just joined. Are the courses free? Yeah, all the courses are free over here. I only use free resources in the courses, and the course that we're doing is over at CryptoHack. If you're having trouble with the registration process, let me know, and we'll try to help you out. So the ASCII table. So the ASCII table is a table talking about the different encoding that that ASCII characters can take. Let's go ahead and visit the website. Okay, so if you want to take a look at the ASCII table, Shota Fujimori says, thank you very, very much for sharing. No worries. I'm here to help people learn. Okay, so a lot of the ASCII characters are actually non-printable characters that are meant for devices to do formatting. So the first, how many of these is this? So the first 32 characters, these are all formatting formatting commands. So start a text, or vertical tab, or escape, or space. It's only after the 33rd command inside of ASCII, which is printable characters. So we start with the printable characters, exclamation point, and then these special characters, and then we move on to numbers, and then we move on to capital letters, and then lowercase letters. Shota Fujimori says, I have to go. I will check the stream later. See you next time. Thanks. Thank you very much, Shota Fujimori. And good having you here. Thank you. Okay, so these characters are all associated with numbers. So in this case, we've got decimal numbers and hex numbers. And it's important to understand that when we're taking a look at the representation of these characters, like the capital A here, it could also be represented by the hexadecimal number 41 or the decimal number 65. Jason IT Solution, I'm failing to get the forward solution. I'm trying to cipher it. Yeah, so just why don't you paste in the cipher text into the chat, and we can help you out, okay? So decode.fr is the site. Hold on. Okay, so what you want to do is you just want to go over to the Caesar Cipher decoding site over here on decode.fr. Okay, let me grab your string. So just go over here and then brute force this. So click on the decrypt brute force, and this looks like the correct string for you. Okay, so give that a try. And we'll keep on talking about ASCII characters for just a second. Let's learn ASCII with CryptoHack. So we can learn more about ASCII by working through a challenge on CryptoHack. Navigate to the following URL. Okay, so this one is encoding 1. Right. So I'm pretty sure that's the next challenge after the Great Snakes challenge. So after you complete Great Snakes, click on Next. And this is the challenge here. So the ASCII challenge here, ASCII is a 7-bit encoding standard which allows representation of text using the integers 0 to 127. Okay? Using the below integer array, convert the numbers to their corresponding ASCII characters to obtain a flag. So what we have here is we've got a list of numbers, and this list of numbers is very convenient because we can also just paste this into Python code. So if we're dealing with Python code, well, let's pretend that we don't have a system to run our Python code. You can use this website right here. So onlinepython.com. You can run any Python code. Well, not any Python code you want, but a lot of common Python code you can run inside of this window here. Before you use it, you just need to eliminate all of the code that's already there. Then what we're going to do is we're going to go over to the Crypto Hack Challenge, and we're going to paste in our list of numbers. So just highlight all this, then go over to the online Python. There's ads. Of course there's ads. Okay, so just paste in your list of numbers, and we're just going to call this list of numbers something. So numList is going to be equal to this. So we're just making a little variable with this number list. So what we want to do is we want to print these numbers out in their ASCII equivalents. So what we're going to do is we're going to convert these numbers to printable ASCII characters. And how are we going to do that? Let's take a look. So it says in Python, the chr function can be used to convert an ASCII ordinal number to a character. So ASCII ordinal number, in this case, we're talking about decimal numbers. So 99, we're talking about regular numbers, not hexadecimal ones. Okay, so the ord function does the opposite. So the chr function can be used to convert in a number to a character. So if we go over to the code and we run, what was it, chr of, I don't know, 65. Let's just call this letter, I think 65 is the letter A, I think. So we're just going to call this letter A variable, chr of 65. Let me check the list. So decimal 65 is the letter A, the capital letter A, okay? And if we run print letter A, it should print out the capital letter A. So let's run the code, and we get the capital letter A, okay? So we're using this function inside of Python to convert these numbers over to printable characters. So what we can do is we can just create a string. So let's call this flag string is equal to empty string. What we're going to do is we're going to take flag string and we're going to populate it. Actually, maybe we should do it inside a function. So inside a function, we're going to do a for loop. So for I, for each thing, each object in number list, we're going to do something. For I in number list, actually, we're going to do the flag. We can make the flag string outside of the for loop. It's fine. So for I in num list, we're going to add something to the flag list. So flag string equals, Alexander says, join chr character I for I in num list. Yeah, we could do it like that. We could do it like that. I'm just trying to do it in Well, you Alexander is probably a better coder than I am. I just learned code to explain this stuff in my lessons. But anyways, we've got ads running on Twitch. Let's run an ad on YouTube, and let's put on the birds. We'll be back in about 45 seconds. But in the meantime, check out this bird. It's eating peanuts. We'll be back in about 30 seconds. Okay, we'll put the birds away. We'll get back to the hacking. Okay, so for I and num list, flag string, is it join? I mean, flag string equals flag. We could also do flag string equals flag string dot join. Flag string dot join chr of I. And then after that's all done, we can just print out the flag string. Ooh, you got to spell this stuff correctly. Equals flag string equals flag string plus flag string dot join character I. It looks a little bit messy, but yeah. New plus Grim Rin asks, how did you start cybersecurity when you don't know how to program that much? You don't need to program that much to run the tools. So this is what I say about programming in cybersecurity. You can learn how to do cybersecurity, you can learn how to do hacking without knowing how to program very much, but eventually you're going to hit a ceiling as to how much you can do with cybersecurity and hacking if you don't know coding. So eventually you're going to need to learn how to code to get better or to level up your cybersecurity. But no, flag string plus chri. Oh. Flag string equals flag string plus flag string plus CRRI, character I. Okay, so let's try running this then. Okay, run the thing. Crypto ASCII printable. Okay, so this script works. If anybody's wondering exactly, I mean, I'm pretty sure I've got a very similar script over in my notes. Okay, and let's see, challenge, Great Snakes, crypto hack ASCII over here. But yeah, you can go over to the GitHub. In the GitHub, there are notes for how to complete the challenges here. If you want, you can use the code from challenge number 3 over here to solve the challenge. Okay, and where are we? So this is, in the end, this is the flag we're looking for. GrandXT says, my professor and friend said that they're looking for cyber professionals who can code because not all of them do. Not all of them do. That's true. I mean, I did a job for. I did web app security testing for about half a year, and my coding skills were not very good at all. But web app security, most of the time, it's running a lot of tools and knowing what to look for. You don't necessarily need to know how to code to do that. You do need to know how to use the tools. Okay, let's go back. So you just go back here, and then you take the flag that you found, and you submit the flag, and then after that, you can move on to the next challenge. Okay. So the next challenge, we're talking about hexadecimal numbers. And hexadecimal numbers are a concept we really need to understand if we want to understand, first of all, cryptography, but a lot of other computer science concepts they're predicated on the fact that we understand what hexadecimal numbers are, and converting numbers between hexadecimal numbers and other types of counting systems. GradXT says it's a very diverse field, hundreds of job titles, and even the same one could be different across companies. That's one of the hard things about finding cybersecurity jobs, because what one company calls a cybersecurity analyst is going to be different from company to company, and what you do in that role is going to be different, just like what GradXT said. Okay, let's talk about these hexadecimal numbers. So hexadecimal numbers. Hexadecimal is a system of counting in base 16, whereas our normal counting system, which is called decimal counting, is base 10. Okay, Gurman asked, did you learn how to use Linux first before installing it, or jump into Linux without knowing that much about the OS? I jumped into learning Linux just as a regular user. So I am TestPlay has followed. Thank you very much, I am TestPlay. Very much appreciated. But yeah, most people who use Linux, they don't need to know everything about the Linux operating system. They just need to know enough to get their job done. And you can't approach most systems from the viewpoint where you need to master the entire system before you can start using it. That's not realistic, and it's not very time efficient. So as far as Linux is concerned, I know how to get the job done in Linux. I know I'm interested in learning more about it, but the same thing with programming. There are so many things in programming that I can't do, but I know enough to get started, and I know enough to look up what I don't know. So that's a pretty good what is it? That's good enough for me. But yeah, you don't need to be an expert in any system or any programming language to start using it. Okay, so what was I saying? Base 16, hexadecimal, normal counting system, decimal, base 10. So here's what the numbers 0 to 16 look like in hexadecimal. So you go from 0 to 9, and then the number 10 is A, the number 11 is B, the number 13 is C, etc., etc. And we need to understand that how to identify hexadecimal numbers. So anytime you see numbers and letters combined, you're probably dealing with hexadecimal numbers. So one reason why hexadecimal representation is used in computing is because it allows 8-digit binary numbers to be represented with 2 digits. So hexadecimal numbers can fit a lot more information. So it's just 2 with 2 digits. 2 hexadecimal digits can communicate the number 255, which is, well, from 0 to 255 they're very important numbers as far as computing is concerned. So we've got hex number 1F, which is decimal number 31, which is this binary number here. Converting numbers from hexadecimal to decimal, or from binary to decimal, this is something we need to learn how to do if we want to do a lot of stuff with computers in general, computer science in general, and cryptography in particular. Hexadecimal to ASCII. So it's also very convenient to represent ASCII characters with hexadecimal, because it allows non-printable ASCII characters to be represented using hexadecimal. So hexadecimal number 41 is the letter A, hexadecimal number 23 is the hash symbol, 77 is W, etc. And then let's learn hexadecimal with CryptoHack. So we'll learn more about hexadecimal encoding by working through a challenge on CryptoHack. So over here, this is the second encoding challenge. Okay, let's catch up with chat. Alexander says, you don't learn how to use an OS or anything by reading. It's like learning how to ride a bike by reading. It doesn't work. Just dive straight in. You're going to learn much quicker hands-on. Put it to practice. Yeah, I mean, this is what I like to this is what I like to recommend for most of the stuff in the HackerFrogs program. We solve challenges and we learn through solving the challenges about the concepts that we're trying to understand in the challenges. But Grimran says Linux is made for playing with computers. I'm not too sure what you mean by Linux is made for playing with computers. Because, I mean, you can play with computers with Windows as much as you can Linux. I don't understand what you mean by that. Okay, so this is the hex challenge here. So when we encrypt something, the resulting ciphertext commonly has bytes, which are not printable ASCII characters. If we want to share our encrypted data, it is common to encode it into something more user-friendly and portable across different systems. Hexadecimal can be used in such a way to represent ASCII strings. First, each letter is converted to an ordinal number according to the ASCII table, like the previous challenge. Then the decimal numbers are converted to base 16 numbers, otherwise known as hexadecimal. The numbers can be combined together into one long hex string. Included below is a flag encoded as hex string. Decode this back into bytes to get the flag. Okay? So in this challenge, we're given a very long string of hexadecimal numbers here. Grimran asks, what's the best type of Linux? There's no best type of Linux. There's the Linux that works for you, and there's Linux that is good for doing specific tasks. Asking what the best type of Linux is kind of like asking what the best programming language is. There's no correct answer. Okay, so if we've got this really long hex string over here, what we need to do is decode it back into bytes to get the flag. So assuming we're using the website over here, Online Python, to do this, first of all, we need to get rid of our previous script. Then we need to go back to the challenge and then grab the hex string. Okay? And just in case you want to do this yourself, here's the hex string for yourself. Okay, so we'll paste in the hex string, and we need to make sure that the hex string is a string instead of Python, which means it has to be put between some quotes. We can use single quotes or double quotes, either is fine. And we just need to name this something, well, we need to name the variable. So we're just going to call it hex string, and this is so the hex string variable is here. The next thing we need to do is we need to convert this back into bytes and then print it out. So in the challenge, it gives us a hint. So in Python, the bytes.fromHex function can be used to convert hex to bytes. The hex instance method can be used on byte strings to get the hex representation. Okay, I prefer XXD for this. Echo hex string, XXD, RPS. Yeah, there are a couple of different methods we could use to solve this. But since we're trying to use, we're trying to learn how to use Python to, do our cryptography stuff, we can do this in Python. So bytes from hex, we can run the bytes from hex operation on the hex string, and then we can get the bytes back from it. So we can go here, and we'll call this variable hex bytes, and it's going to be bytes.fromHex on hex string. Okay, and then we'll print out the hex bytes. And we should get the answer that way. Okay, and we'll just run the code from here. Okay, B, these are bytes. So in Python, if a string is prepended with the B over here, you know that these are originally bytes. So bytes, crypto, you'll be working with hex strings a lot. So just copy that. Alexander says that you prefer. Grimran says, is Arch Linux better than the other Linuxes? You need to stop asking questions like better, because better is you're yeah. I mean, some people will say that Arch Linux is better than the other Linuxes. You have a lot more control over what goes into your system when you use Arch Linux, but not everybody needs to have that fine control over what is going into their Linux system. Okay, so we can submit this flag. So the flag is, what is it? I'll just give it to everybody in the chat, just in case you want to try this out yourself. Okay, so you'll just want to submit the flag and then paste in the flag, click on submit, and then you'll be finished the challenge and you can go on to the next one. But so Alexander says, I prefer XXD for this, echo hex string, and then XXD. We'll give Alexander's command a try. Okay, so let's go back. Let's go into our Linux, echo out the hex string, and then pipe that out to, what is it? XXD RPS. Okay, so XXD is a program that can be used to convert hexadecimal into other formats. And yeah, you can totally do this with the Linux terminal as well. Grimran says, I just want to know which Linux to install when I'm ready to switch. Well, I mean, if you're learning cybersecurity, most people who are studying cybersecurity use Kali Linux. If you want to use, if you want like an easy to use Linux for people who are coming from like a Windows experience, a lot of people recommend Linux Mint. So Linux Mint and Linux or Ubuntu Linux. Alexander says they're distributions. Arch is just a minimal rolling distro. It's a lot of different ones. Arch has nearly nothing, and you pick what goes in. If that sounds nice, go for it. I love it personally. Okay, but yeah, I mean, if you just try one. My recommendation is just try one. I don't think your first Linux distribution should be Arch Linux, because you're gonna have a very bad experience. You're gonna have a very bad experience if Arch Linux is your first Linux experience, because you're gonna have to learn how to install everything first before you can get going. Okay. All right, let's move on to the next challenge. Base 64. I think Base 64 is going to be the last encoding system that we're going to be dealing with in today's session. Let's talk about it. All right, Base 64 encoding. We encounter this a lot in cybersecurity. So Base 64 is a system which converts data bytes into strings made up of characters in the Base 64 character set. So the Base 64 character set, well, I mean, we were talking about Base 10, which is decimal, and Base 16, which is hexadecimal. Base 64 is a counting system. Well, it's a number, it's a character set with 64 different symbols. So it's all of the uppercase letters, all of the lowercase letters, all of the numbers, and a couple of special characters like the plus sign and the slash sign. Here's an example of encoding a string using Base 64. Note the presence of equal signs at the end of the Base 64 encoded string. So if we run the Base 64 encoding on the word HackerFrogs ! We get this string over here. So it's basically transforming this information from this into this. Base 64 encoded strings will always consist of a number of characters that are divisible by the number 4. So if you see a string and you suspect that it might be a base64 encoded string, you need to, one way you could confirm or dismiss a string as base64 encoded is count the number of characters in the string. It should be divisible by the number 4. If it is not, then it's not a base64 string. That's not the case, then if it's not the case normally, a number of equal signs, which are known as padding characters, are going to be placed at the end of the string so that it meets the correct length. So if we encode HackerFrogs into base64, this is the string over here, but because this number of characters is not divisible by 4, we need to add a couple of extra equal signs over here to pad out the length so that it matches the correct length for base64 strings. Okay, so let's learn base64 with CryptoHack. Actually, before we do that, I'll just do a little demonstration over here. So if we echo out some word, so test, and then we base64 encode it, then we get this base64 encoded string. Many hours are remaining. Many hours? 14. We got 14 minutes left in the session. We should be able to finish the last exercise in the next 14 minutes or so. But yeah, so this is the string here. If you notice that this particular string has, well, 9 characters. 9 characters? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I guess the new line character is a character as well. I mean, it says 9, but there are actually 8 characters in here. The base64 encoded string has to be divisible by 4. Jason IT Solution says, very early where I am. Where are you? South Africa. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, yeah, it's like it's almost 5 o'clock p.m. where I am in Canada. So yeah, that's the time difference there. So the other thing we can do, so if we've got our base64 string, we can also decode it from base64 as well on the command line. So we can echo out this string, and then we can base64 decode the string, and then we get the original string back, which is test. Ed Her, hello, nice to see you here. Brother, I need help understanding 2 pair keys on RSA. RSA. I mean, we're doing a session on encoding right now. We haven't quite gotten to RSA yet. But yeah, I mean, some other people in chat might be able to help you with that. Maybe GroutXT. Okay, let's move on. So CryptoHack. Let's go over here. So this is the base64 challenge. So another common encoding scheme is base64, which allows us to represent binary data as an ASCII string with an alphabet of 64 characters. 1 character of a base64 encoded string is 6 binary digits or bits. So 4 characters of base64 encoding is 3 8-bit bytes. Base64 is most commonly used online, so binary data such as images can be easily included into HTML or CSS files. So the practical use of base64 is to transform binary files into a format that is accepted by most web servers. So all web servers are able to accept strings of numbers and letters, but they might not be able to accept raw bytes. Raw bytes could interfere with the web server software that is running, so that's why base64 encoding and decoding is used. Okay, so take the below hex string and decode it into bytes, and then encode it into base64. That's interesting. Okay, so there's a hex string here. They want us to decode it into bytes and then encode the bytes into base 64. And I guess that's going to be the flag. GradXC says, pretty sure email attachments get turned into base 64 to be sent as an attachment. I mean, that's probably the safer way to transmit the files across a network, yeah. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab this string. So remember that this is a hex string. We're going to go over to... Actually, we can kind of reuse most of our previous script. So the hex string is going to be different, of course. And then we can turn it into bytes with the from hex function over here. Neems as, what's good? What is good, Neems? Nice to see you here. Well, I'll give you a hack the planet. There you go.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so we got the hex bytes. We have the hex string here. We're going to convert the hex string into hex bytes with this function, and then what we need to do is we need to encode it into base 64. So let's take a look. So in Python, after importing the base 64 module with import base 64, you can use the base64.base64 encode function. Remember to decode the hex first, as the challenge description states. Okay, so it tells us exactly what we need to do. So in Python, we can import the base64 module with this command right here. And so the last thing we need to do is we need to take these hex bytes and we need to encode them. We'll call this variable b64 string. And b64 string will be, what was that function again? base64.base64 encode. So we can just copy this. And we just need to put inside of the function hex bytes. Okay, and the last thing we're going to do is we're going to print the b64 string. Grimrain says, you have a lot more viewers on Twitch. Yeah, it really depends on how on what day it is, but sometimes I've got more viewers on Twitch, sometimes I've got more viewers on YouTube. I broadcast to both of the platforms because why not? Okay, so b64 underscore string. Okay, so this is the full code. We'll try running it. And we see crypto base64 encoding is web safe. That's pretty fun. Okay, so if you want to submit the flag, the nice thing is that chat is unified. Yeah, I mean, that's the good thing about the stream.io service. We can do a unified chat window. It's not perfect, but it's a lot better. So people on YouTube see what the people on Twitch are saying, and vice versa. Okay, so if you want to run this code yourself, you can find it over in the notes here. So the last one, cryhack base64. We've got code over here that does something very similar. If you want to take a look at this, at the notes over here, there's the link. Okay, and yeah, so all you need to do is you need to grab the flag and paste in the flag and then click on submit flag, and then we're done. So that's all we're going to be learning about encoding systems. Encoding systems are important to understand as we move forward into learning about cryptography, because there's all sorts of transformation of data when we deal with the cryptography. Okay, we got ads running in Twitch. We'll run one on YouTube, and we'll put on the birds. How about How about this video? Okay, so enjoy the birds. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. Enjoy the birds. We'll be, just need to have a little bit of water. Let's put the birds away and get back to the hacking. Grimran says, I noticed something. How is my comment popping up in Twitch chat instead of above the frog? Well, I mean, it shows up above the frog and it also shows up in the Twitch chat. Yeah, it shows up in all the places. Bit008 asks, do you go through the bird footage or is it automated to detect birds and crop the video? I wish it was automated to. I wish it was automated. No, I had to go through the footage manually to find the good footage. Grimran says YouTube is delayed. Yeah, unfortunately, I forgot to switch over to the low latency mode before I started the YouTube stream. So the YouTube stream is going to be about 10 seconds behind the actual broadcast. But you can always join Twitch if you want to get a less delayed chat experience. But there are ads over at Twitch. Just pick the one that you prefer. Okay, let's review what we learned in today's lesson and then finish out. Okay, let's review the cryptography concepts we learned in this workshop. What is encoding? Well, encoding refers to the process of converting data from one form to another, often for the purpose of efficient storage, transmission, or representation. ASCII is a common text encoding system which assigns numerical values to letters, numbers, and symbols. Bit008 says, for real, I can give you some scripts for at least timestamp when the birds appear. Well, I mean, the birds, the security camera that I use is motion sensor activated, so figuring out when the birds are moving around, it's easy, but just figuring out which clips are good clips versus bad clips, this is something I have to manually do. Hexadecimal conversion. So hexadecimal can be used to represent ASCII characters, and conversion between hex and ASCII is a form of encoding. We also talked about base 64 encoding. Base 64 is a method of converting data bytes into alphanumeric strings, and it's often featured in CTF challenges or cybersecurity challenges in general. What's next? In the next HackerFrogs AfterSchool Cryptography Workshop, we'll begin our look at classical encryption methods, which are often featured in cybersecurity CTF competitions. So including the one that we use to sign up for the website, which is the Caesar cipher. And anyways, that's going to be in the next session, which is going to be on Monday. On Monday, yeah. Okay, so please look forward to that. With that, we can close out this section of the stream, and we're going to be moving on to the next section. So topic 2 is done, topic 3 is here, and topic 4 is on deck. Okay. Okay, Grimrin, yeah. I mean, if you can use a script to block your ads, that's great. That's great. I hate watching ads myself, but I need to show the ads because it's required on Twitch. Anyways, let's exit out of here. We're not going to be using the crypto hack stuff anymore. Let's get rid of that. And what I'm going to do next is I'm going to demonstrate a binary hacking exercise. So let me get my notes for that. Just a second. Oh, you know what? We might as well start the counter now. It's not going to take me an hour to do the demonstration, but I just want to have the counter counting down, just so that I feel like something's happening. Okay, so this is going to be a challenge from the Pico Gym. And if you want to join in yourself, you can always make an account over at PicoCTF.org. Over here. I highly recommend making an account over at PicoCTF because it is completely free, and the challenges are very bite-sized and they're very well known. So if you get stuck on a challenge, you can always look up the solution for the challenge. And I'm not telling anybody to just look up the solution for these challenges immediately. That's not the way to do it. But yeah, if you get stuck and you need to learn something from the challenge, you can always look at the write-ups. Okay, so we're doing, I think it's called local target. Grimrin asks, isn't this like Hack the Box? PicoCTF is an older website than Hack the Box. They're not exactly the same. Hack the Box is it's a Hack the Box is a freemium experience. So there's stuff that you can use for free, and there's other stuff that's gated behind the paywall. But PicoCTF is a purely free platform. Okay, so I don't think we're doing Try Hack Me today either. Are we? No, I don't think we are. Okay, so let me grab my notes for this challenge, and then we can start. GredXT says, once I started using Dogbolt CLI to download various decompiler source codes, it was life-changing. Dogbolt CLI to download various decompiler source codes. Dogbolt. Yeah, I think people mentioned Dogbolt before. Dogbolt is it's a very convenient way to take a look at what the disassembly looks like for different debugging programs such as Anger, Binary Ninja, Ghidra, and Hexrays, etc. It's very, very useful for doing reverse engineering challenges. Tweaking Productions 420. I'm switching to Twitch. Is too delayed on YouTube. Yeah, I should be able to. It should be fixed by the next stream. It's just that this stream I forgot to turn down the latency on the stream before I started it. Okay, so where are we? Don't think we're using this stuff either. Okay. Oh, before we start, if you're following along with us, what you should do is you should start up the. Okay. Grimrun, great. Okay. GredXT says Dogbolt is kind of like Ida Pro. Binary Ninja and Ghidra were the Avengers, and I can see what the other one misses. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so let's see. If you're logged into PicoCTF, you can solve this challenge using the PicoCTF web shell, which is a resource that everybody has access to. So after you've logged in, click on Practice, and then after you click on Practice, you're going to see this button over here called Web Shell on the right-hand side of the screen. So go ahead and click on that, and it'll start up your web shell session. The web shell is a Linux virtual machine that you can use to solve the PicoCTF challenges. So after you've logged into the web shell, you can see the welcome message here. You want to put the web shell in full screen to better work with the web shell, because working with the web shell in this tiny little window is not great. So in the web shell, go over to the button that's located to the right of the help button, and it's labeled Pop Out Web Shell Terminal. It looks like a box with an arrow pointing out. Click on that. And that's going to open up the web shell in a dedicated browser tab. So that's exactly what you want. So what we want to do is we want to compartmentalize the challenges that we're doing, because we don't want to we've got our home directory here. We don't want to clutter it up with a bunch of random files. So we're going to make a directory for this challenge. We'll call it LT for local target. Actually, let's just call it local target. Okay, and then move into that directory. So this is where we're going to store all of our files associated with the challenge. And with that, we can start the challenge. So for people who want to play along, here's the link. Okay, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the local target challenge over at PicoCTF as part of their Pico Gym exclusive set of challenges. The description says, smash the stack. Additional details will be available after launching your challenge instance. So this is a challenge where you need to start up a virtual machine to begin the challenge. So you can just click on the blue button over here labeled Launch Instance, and that's going to start up the virtual machine that you need to contact to finish the challenge. So it says, can you overflow the buffer and modify the other local variable? The program is available here, and there's a link. You can view the source here, there's another link, and you can contact it, you can connect with it using this command over here. So we're not going to be using the command to connect with the server quite yet. We need to inspect the binary, and we need to inspect the source code for the binary. So we're going to right-click on the links, and we're going to download those files. We're going to go to our web shell. We're going to type in wget, paste in the address that we copied, and that's going to download the binary file. So the other file we need to get is the source code file. So highlight the other one, copy the link, then go over to your web shell, wget space, paste in the address, hit enter. And after you're done, you should have two files in here. So local target and local target.c. Before we start the challenge, we should make this binary executable so that we can actually run the file. So just run chmod plus x local target. Okay, and then afterwards we can tell that the binary is executable because it turns green in the terminal here. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is we need to take a look at what's going on with the binary inside of the source code. So the reason why these binary hacking challenges give you the source code is so that you don't need to reverse engineer the challenge. You don't need to reverse engineer the binary, rather. You can just take a look at the C source code and then try to identify where the binary, or where in the source code the code is vulnerable. So we're just going to use nano to take a look at this stuff. Whoops, that is not what we want. That's what it looks like when you open up a regular binary using a text editor. You don't want to do that. Okay, so nano local target.c. Okay, so we need to identify where the binary is vulnerable based on the source code here. So we see here that there's a buffer defined in here. So input is one of the buffers. It's set to 16 bytes. So in these type of binary hacking challenges, if it's a memory attack that we need to do, we need to understand how large these buffers are so that we can send an appropriate number of bytes to overflow the buffer in case that's the method of attack. Okay, we see another variable that's defined over here, which is equal to num, which is num, and it's equal to the number 64. So it prints out enter a string, and then it uses gets to record our user input. So gets is an unsafe function inside of C because gets doesn't check if the buffer that we're saving to is smaller than the input that the user puts in. So whatever we put into gets, or whatever the user puts into gets, is going to be saved to input. Input is only set to 16 bytes, which means that if we send over 16 bytes using the gets function, we're going to overflow that buffer and cause a problem. So we also need to figure out how to win in this case. So normally in these type of challenges, we need to access a file called flag.txt. So if num, this variable, is equal to 65, it's going to print out a message that says you win, and it's going to open up the flag.txt file and reveal its contents. So the thing is that there's no way in the regular program execution where num is going to equal to 65, because num is initialized to the number 64, and inside the program, there's no way for us to directly access the num variable and change it. So we need to find some sort of software vulnerability to turn the num variable into the integer 65. And well, let's talk about how we do this. Okay, so this is PicoGym exclusive local target. This challenge is an example of a variable overwrite binary hacking challenge. So we want to overwrite this num variable here that is set to 64, and we want to make it 65. So in variable overwrite challenges, the goal is to overwrite a variable that the program uses, but is not modified during regular program execution. So we need to figure out how to change the variable value. In this binary, if the num variable is 65, then the contents of the flag.txt file are revealed. So what we can do in this particular exercise is we can do a buffer overflow attack via the gets function. So the program uses the cgets function to record user input to the input buffer, and the gets function is a memory unsafe function, which can be used for buffer overflow attacks. So part of doing binary hacking challenges is identifying where in the source code the binary is vulnerable. So buffer overflow causes data to overflow out of the memory buffer into other parts of the program memory. And in this case, it can be used to overwrite the num variable, which is our goal. So let's just imagine that the program memory is over at these different addresses. So the input buffer is over here, and if we put too much data into the input buffer, it overflows into other parts of the memory and causes a buffer overflow. So the buffer for input is 16 bytes, so we need to send at least 17 bytes to overflow the memory buffer and overwrite the num variable. So the last thing we need to understand before we start attacking the binary is how decimal numbers are stored inside of computer memory. So in program memory, decimal numbers are stored as bytes, which are represented by hexadecimal numbers. So if we want to put the number 65 into the num variable, we actually want to use the hex byte hex 41 or the ASCII character A. So these regular decimal numbers inside the memory, they're all represented using hexadecimal. So let's go ahead and solve the challenge. Let's go over to our web shell. Okay. So let's get out of here. If we run the local target binary, it's going to say enter a string. So if we just enter in any old string, it says num is 64 by, but we want num to be 65. So the way we do this is we use the buffer overflow, and remember that the buffer is 16 bytes large, so we need to send at least 17 bytes. So local target, we'll send a string equal to 16, so that's 10, that's 16, and then we'll send an extra byte here in the form of the A character. Okay, and it says num is 64. Num is 64. Hold on. How many bytes did we send? 1, 2, that's 10, 16, 17. So 17 wasn't enough to overwrite the num variable. But let's try that again. Okay, 17, 18, 19, 20. So we send 20 bytes here, and it still says num is 64. So what we need to do is we need to find out how many bytes we need to send to the binary before this num variable gets overwritten. So the way we can do it is we can do it like this. There's a program inside of the web shell called Radare2 or rag2, which we can use to create a pattern of characters, and then after we create the pattern of characters, we can look for that pattern inside of the buffer overflow. So we'll make I don't know, 200 characters. So what we do here is we create a pattern of 200 characters that we can feed to the binary. Okay. And we're just going to run this, and then we're going to paste in the pattern that we created. And it says num is this over here. So what we want to do is we want to convert this over to hexadecimal characters, because remember, inside of the memory there, it's, what is it called? It's represented using hex. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to convert this to hex. We could use a bunch of different tools. I'll just use like a web tool. Let's see, decimal to ASCII, decimal to hex. So decimal to hex converter. So we're going to enter our decimal number. We're going to get our hex. So it is these hex digits over here. Okay. So once we have this, we can use the same tool, which is the rag2 tool, rag2q, and then put in this number. So we'll make sure that this is being interpreted as this number right here. And it says little endian 24, big endian 1. So we need to send 24 characters to the binary before it enters the num variable here. We can confirm this by sending 25 characters. So that's 20, we'll send 25. Okay, and then number is 53. So why does it say 53 now? It's because this is so 5 is what should be in here. Jason IT Solution says, good night, Shy Hat. We'll see you again on Monday. No worries, Jason IT Solution. Hope you have a good night. Okay, so 53. If we take 5, this character here, and then we convert it to hexadecimal. Actually, no. We go over to the ASCII lookup chart. So we do ASCII to decimal. Okay, so if we do ASCII to decimal, we'll put in the ASCII text 5, and we see in decimal it's 53, which is what we saw. Time to hit the hay. No worries, no worries. So what we want to do is we want to make it the number 56. So that is 56, right? Let me check. Oh, we want 65. Okay, the other thing we need to do is we need to create a flag.txt file in here so that it can actually read the thing. Stoic Booty, that's a great name. Thank you very much for the subscription, for the follow on Twitch. Thank you. Okay, so we're just going to quickly make a flag file. So echo out to flag.txt, HackerFrogs, like and subscribe. Okay, and so if we manage to see this message from flag.txt by doing the buffer overflow attack, then we know that we have the correct number of bytes. Okay, so what we can do is we can just run local target, And as far as the ASCII string that we want to send is concerned, it's actually the ASCII text for the letter A. So the letter A is decimal 65, which is what we're putting in the memory. So if we send the capital A as our payload after our offset of 24 characters, then we'll get the answer. Okay, so this is what we do. Sorry, enter a string, right? That's 10, that's 20, that's 4, and then we send our A as the last character, which is going to be interpreted as 65. Okay, it says num is 65, you win. HackerFrogs, like and subscribe. So we reread the message inside the flag.txt file. So this is the string that we need to send to the online binary to finish the challenge. This is how we're going to do it. Okay, we need to restart the instance because we've already spent 15 minutes. Okay, so just restart the binary, or sorry, restart the challenge. And then we've got our netcat command here. So we can just copy it and then go over to webshell and then paste in the command. So netcat this thing. Okay, enter a string. So we're just going to use the same string we used before. And this is going to overflow the buffer, which is 16 characters long. And then there's a bunch of other input that we need to overwrite in order to get to the num variable here, which we put A into, and then we get the flag. Okay, your number is 65, you win, and then we get the flag here. So we just need to copy the flag, go over to the challenge page here, paste in the flag, submit the flag, and then we're finished. Okay, GretXT says, I kept putting A's until the number was too big and then kept deleting off the end until it overwrote the variable. This is definitely a more technical take on it. Yeah, I mean, most of the time when we're dealing with binaries, like overflow stuff. So let's see, local target. We can just spam. We can just spam a bunch of A's. And then eventually it says the number is this big number over here. The reason why it says this big number over here is because I'm pretty sure it's the decimal representation of just a bunch of these A's over here. And it also crashes. So we don't necessarily need to crash the binary. But let me finish up the challenge. All right. So everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the local target challenge over at PicoCTF as part of their Pico Gym exclusive set of challenges. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, we're not leaving. I just need to say that for the YouTube video. Thank you. All right. So I mean, we could do a lot more like investigation into the binary. For example, we can go into the binary here. We could find out where the variables are being defined. So if we do radari2 as a debugger, then we could analyze the binary, and we could figure out where the variables are being saved to. Okay, so let's see. We can get the disassembly function for the main function here, and we can see that the main function is defining a couple of variables. So let's see. So hex20. Hex20 is 16 times 2. 16 times 2, 32. We want to figure out what is in the different variables. Just a second. Let's set a breakpoint right after we put in our user input. So our user input is the gets. So the call to gets is over here. And let's set a breakpoint for this memory address. Okay, so breakpoint here, and then run the program. Enter a string. Let's just fill up the buffer. Okay, so we know that the buffer is 16 bytes large, and we'll just fill it up by another, I don't know, 4, just for fun. Okay. After that, we hit the breakpoint, and then we can start investigating where exactly the stuff ended up. JBad, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so from here, we can see if there are any variables defined. So the variables, according to the debugger here, they're variables defined at 1 hex. Oh, this is just 1 hex behind the base pointer. So RBP minus 1 hex 1. We can take a look at what's inside of there by doing print hexadecimal at this address. And there's nothing there. Interesting. Okay, so that's one of the variables. The other variable is at RBP minus hex 8, and we can investigate that as well. Okay, so that is also nothing that is super recognizable. And then there's another variable at RBP minus hex 10. And so hex 10 contains the ASCII letters, or the ASCII characters 1, 2, 3, 4. So I think this might be the num variable, because it looks like we've overflowed into it. Okay, so RBP minus hex 10 is the num variable, and the last variable we need to check out is RBP minus hex 20. Okay, and px at that. So this is okay. So this is exactly what we're talking about here. So this value here is the num value, or at least I think this is the num value here. This is the input buffer here. So this is 16 bytes. So 16 bytes is this, and it looks like we've overflowed by this many bytes. We know that, I think what this might represent here is the num variable, because yeah, we see that one of the variables for RBP minus hex 8, it has just this ampersand in here. The ampersand is 40 though. When hex 40, actually, let me take a look. So ASCII ampersand is hex 40, which is decimal 64. Oh, okay. So that is the num variable. So the num variable is there. Hold on, where is it? So the num variable is there. If we restart this and then we put in our regular string. So let's reset the binary. Reset the binary, and then we run it again. It's going to ask us for a string. We're just going to give the string that actually gets us the answer, which is 20 bytes followed by 4 followed by the letter A. Okay, so we give that, and then we hit the breakpoint. And then we should see that one of, let's see. So the variables are here. RBP minus 8, this is probably going to contain the letter A. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. Okay, it's got the capital letter A, which is hexadecimal 41, which is decimal number 65, which is what we need to win. When we take a look at our input buffer, I think the input buffer is at RBP minus hex 20 or hex 20. So yeah, this is what we fed into the buffer to overflow, and we make sure that we put the A where the num variable is. Okay, yeah. So if you have any questions about any of the stuff that we did during this demonstration, let us know. Thomas from MySpace. That's a great name. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the HackerFrogs. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some NyanCat? Okay, so what are we going to do with the rest of the time? We got about 30 minutes left. We could go back to I mean, we could do some new challenges as well. Actually, I kind of want to go back to OLIcyber because I really like the challenges at OLIcyber. We don't necessarily have to do the cryptography challenges. We could do some other challenges as well. Let's try some of these. Let's try some of these miscellaneous challenges. Cyber Dante, morning peoples. Happy Friday. Happy Friday, Cyber Dante. Nice to see you here. Okay, so we'll translate the challenge from, what was it, Italian to English. And this is another one of these free platforms. So the only catch is that the platform is in Italian, but it's fine. You can translate the web page automatically depending on which web browser you're using. And then you can access all this stuff. There's a lot of challenges here, and the introduction challenges are very, very friendly as far as teaching you how to do them is concerned. So let's see. This one is called attachments. So usually the challenges require you to analyze one or more files. Attachments are usually available for download in the attachments section. Be sure to watch them to solve the challenges more nimbly. I mean, this isn't much of a challenge. You just need to download the flag and then read it. Okay, but let's solve the challenge for fun so we can move on to another challenge. Okay. But it does teach you how to use the website, which is nice. Okay, in addition to attached files, some challenges typically in the web category, it will be necessary to dynamically analyze the vulnerabilities of websites. For this challenge, the flag is simply within the website. Let's solve this challenge real quick, and then we can move on to the next challenge. Okay, so here's the flag. Not super hard. Okay, so submit that. Okay, TCP service. So TCP service, regular expression. So regular expression is probably going to be a challenge that might be a little bit tougher, but let's take a look at the TCP service challenge. So in addition to the websites, some challenges may require you to interact with remote command line services exposed via the TCP protocol. Okay, so we're talking about contacting the server on arbitrary ports, and the netcat program is a pretty common program used in Linux to communicate with servers over arbitrary ports. So we just need to run this command here to contact the server and get our flag. So netcat, contact this server here on this port. Okay, so when we run that, it will give us the flag. So we just need to submit this. Okay, so the next one is regular expression. Let's take a look at this challenge. Until now, the flags you found were unique and set. In some cases, challenges may accept one or more flags identified by... Challenges may accept one or more flags identified by a format defined by regular expressions. So regular expressions are a type of matching. They're a type of matching algorithm that match on certain characters depending on what regular expression is defined. So regex, regular expressions, they're pretty common when you're dealing with computing. So for this challenge, find a string that corresponds with this regex. Okay, and find a string that corresponds with this regex. So, I mean, I'm not really good at regular expressions, but this is what we're looking for here. I'll just give everybody what's on the page. So once you find the correct string, send it by inserting it in this format, flag something something. To solve it, look for a suitable tool. You may find many online, such as regex 101, or by using Python. So there, what do they want us to communicate with? Find a string that corresponds to this regex. Okay, let's try to understand. There has to be some website that explains regex. Regex explain. Learn, build, and test regex. This sounds good. Well, there's also regex 101. Oh, this one was suggested by the challenge itself. So insert your regular expression here and then test string. Okay. Well, let's give it a try. So the challenge was here. We'll copy the regex and put the regular expression in there. Okay, so the explanation is over here. Asserts the position at the start of the string. Okay, so at the start of the string, there's supposed to be the word flag. Flag matches the character's flag literally, case sensitive. Let's see. This matches the character, what is it? Backslash, this matches the character open bracket. Okay, open bracket. Is it not explaining the rest of it? Okay, we can scroll down. Match a single character present in the list below. So 2 matches the previous token exactly 2 times. I love this channel. Thank you very much, Trey. Nice to see you here. Is it Tress or Trey? Let me know how to pronounce your name. Thank you. /D matches any character that is not a digit. So /D means not 0 to 9. Match a character that is present in the list below. 0 matches the character 0. Where are we now? Match the character 0. Okay, and then match a single character present in the list below. So the list below is A to Z. Okay, so A to Z. Match a character that is not present in the list below. So 0 to 9. Matches a single character in the range of 0 to 9. Match a single character not present in the list below. So not 0 to 9. Match a single character present in the list below. L to L matches the character L. And then match a single character with the present in the list. Oh man, why is this? Matches the previous token exactly 4 times. I am not good at regex. I'm not good at regex. Okay. This last thing asserts position at the end of the string or before the line terminator, right at the end of the string, if any. Your regular expression does not match the subject string. Try launching the debugger. Okay, so we got, was it 0? It does not match. I I hate well, I understand. Well, regex is it's something that that people use for algorithms all the time to match certain characters or certain patterns, right? you don't necessarily need to understand it unless you need to write some regex, and yeah. So let's try to figure it out. So it looks for exactly the character 0. So 0, and then matches the character L. L. Okay, and then we're looking for matches a digit, matches the previous token, matches the letter B. Okay, the letter B, lowercase letter B. Matches any character that is not a digit. Okay, so we could do the letter A. Matches the previous token. Matches any character that's not a digit. Okay, we did that. The second one is match the previous token exactly 2 times. Match the previous token exactly 2 times. So the previous token is, well, we can do like AAA maybe, and then the letter 0. Matches a single character in the range from A to Z after 0, so A. And then match a single character in the range between 0 and 9, but not 0 and 9. So not 0 and 9, which means we could do the letter A. Match the character L exactly. Matches any word character after the letter L. So after the letter L, any character, which could be the letter A. Matches the previous token 4 times. So we do another 4 A's. And then not between A and P or R and Z. Case sensitive. Okay, so we're not looking for these letters. So we can probably do the number 0, and that should work. Match the previous token exactly 3 times. So we do another 3 zeros. Okay, and then not a digit. So not a digit means we can put A, and then 2 more A's, and then matches a digit. Okay, we can do a 0, and then literally the letter B. Matches the character, what was it? Matches the character closing brackets. So closing brackets, this one, and asserts the end of the position of the string. Your regular expression does not match the subject string. Okay, so it doesn't exactly tell us what matches. Okay. You know what? Let's try using the AI to answer this question, because it could take a while. Okay, let's go to the AI. Hello. What matches this particular set of regular expression rules? Okay, we will give the rules, and then let's see if it's able to figure it out. Thank you very much for following Top Fuel. Thank you. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Let's give you, well, while we wait for the AI to come back to us, let's give you a fun Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so this is one of the things I think AI is pretty good at. It's good at explaining things, and if it can explain stuff to us, then we can eventually figure out how to solve the puzzle here, right? So character by character, literal flag. Wait, what? Oh, I forgot that part. So literal flag, and then this character. This still doesn't match. Okay. Okay, let's go back. Which one? This one. Okay, so regex breakdown, literally flag. So flag and then the open bracket, 2 non-digit characters, letters or symbols, etc. 2 non-digit characters. Oh, it's looking for symbols. Okay. So if it's looking for symbols, maybe I can go back here and correct it. So it's looking for symbols. In this case, we can do just, like 3 of these. And let's go back. Literal 0. Okay. 1 lowercase letter, A to Z. 1 character that's not a digit. So it's a letter, a symbol, etc. Literal L. 4 word characters, so digits or numbers. 3 characters not in the range, so only Q's or digits or uppercase symbols. Q's or digits or uppercase symbols, I think we did that. 2 non-digit characters. Non-digit characters means special symbols. Okay, so let's go back. So we non-digit characters, I think we put the A over here. Hold on, let's go back. Literal L, 3 characters not in the range. So it's 3 characters and then 3 characters, 2 non-digit characters. Thank you very much for following the bread. The bread or tub bread. Hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so one more time. Let's try completing this from scratch over here. Well, we can just take a look at what it's looking for, and we can just literal flag, FLAG, and then open bracket. 2 non-digit characters, letters, symbols, etc. Non-digit characters. Okay, so non-digit means we can do double A. Literal 0. Literal 0. 1 lowercase letter from A to Z. 1 character that's not a digit, a letter, a symbol, etc. We can do a letter B. Literal L. Okay, literal uppercase L. 4 word characters. So A to Z, uppercase A to Z. So we can do 4 A's. Okay, and then 3 characters not in the range of A to P or R to Z. So only Q's, digits, uppercase symbols, only Q's. So 3 characters, 3 Q's, 3, and then 2 non-digit characters. So then non-digit characters means letters or symbols. Let's do an A. 1 digit. 1 digit from 0 to 9, so we'll do a 0. Literal B. Literal lowercase b. Literal closing bracket. Okay, so we'll take this. We'll go back to our regex 101. We'll put this in. This is a match. So this is an acceptable flag for the challenge. So I'm just going to copy that, and we'll go back to the challenge. Where is it? Here. Okay, paste in the flag, submit. And this is a valid flag. That was kind of ridiculous. Man. Okay, we I think there's one more challenge in here. Basic bash. I can almost guarantee you that this is... How come there are so few solves for this? Basic bash. So the regular expression challenge has like 5,000 solves, but this one only has like 1,500. Okay, so what's going on in here? The goal of this challenge is to introduce you to the basic commands of the Linux terminal, specifically the commands ls, cd, cat, file, grep. The command ls, okay, so this shows you, this tells you what the Linux commands do. Okay, so let's just assume that we know what the Linux commands do. And it says to compose the flag, put together the information you find following this format. This is a remote challenge that you can connect to using this. Wow, this, yeah, this seems like it might be a little bit complicated. Okay, so if anybody wants to try this out yourself, you can connect to the challenge using this command right here. Okay, so if we go back into our terminal and connect, what happens? Oh, and you know what? I forgot to put on my music. Jeez. Okay, let's put on some music. How about some StarCraft? Okay, so it looks like, okay, so we are in a Linux terminal here. There's no Python. Is there a Python 3? There's no Python 3. Is there a Python 2? Nope. Looks like we can't really upgrade our shell. The problem here is that some of the stuff was not translated correctly. So what I want to do is I want to get the original translation for the challenge, and then I'll put it into Google Translate. So I'm just going to go to Translate page, show original. And then we'll just get this part of the challenge, and it should tell us how to get the flag. So we're just going to translate this over at Google Translate. Okay, this will be English. No, Italian to English. To compose the flag, put the information found following the format. Number of bytes of .example. Underscore contents of cat. Contents of cat, output of executable, name of the file containing OLIcyber. This is kind of tough. Okay, so number of bytes of .example, right? So the first thing we need to do is so where is the dot? We need to find this .example file first, right? So find / name .example. We need to locate the file first. Let me make sure that this is actually what we're looking for. Oh, it's not .example. It's .esempio, because this is what's going to get you. Okay, so that's not going to return. Okay, let's disconnect from the server. Find / name .esempio. Okay, so we've got, there are many files called .esempio. So what are they looking for? Okay, so I guess something else we need to figure out is which folder we should be in. Anyways, we've got a break. Sorry, we're going to take a break right now. because we got ads running on Twitch. But you know what? Let's give you the best bird video. This is the best bird video. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. Enjoy the birds and enjoy the music. Just have to have a little water break. You know what's super good? Birds taking a bath with super dramatic music for no reason going on in the background. Okay, let's get rid of the birds. We will go back to the hacking stuff. So yeah, this is a bit of a puzzle. So let's go back to the challenge. Number of bytes in .esempio. So the contents of cat, in this case is called gato. It's Okay, so I think it's done. Let's run the same command that we did before. I guess we can't exactly do that. Find slash name dot esempio. And then I think we can run a particular command on it. So it's like exec ls lsl, and I think it's like this. Goto is cat in Spanish. Yeah, I think it should be. Hold on. I want to figure out how to use the find Linux exec. I don't use the exec function very often. Understanding the exec option. So it's going to be exec. Okay. So it's backslash and then colon. Backslash colon to dev null. Okay, let's see if this works. It doesn't look like it's working. Okay, home user folder. So we've got these different directories here. Cartella, we got directory, and we got folder. Did you mean to miss the E? The E? Do we need to put an E in there somewhere? Oh, esempio. Yeah, okay. Let's run the thing again. Find slash name dot esempio exec ls dash l to dev null. I don't think it's running properly. Otherwise it would have found this stuff already. You know, I really wish they told us which directory we're supposed to be looking in. So there are 3 folders. There's folder, there's cartella, and there's directory. Bytes of some esempio flag. Cat the thing. The thing, yeah, it's sending it to the background. I mean, I want it to be sent in the background. It should Okay, well, I mean, if we really want to make it active, like an active process, we can just do it like this. But it doesn't really... It should be giving us the output while, even if it's being sent to the background. But the bishop, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? So this is it's a bit of a head scratcher. The first thing I want to figure out is if we're supposed to be looking in a specific folder for these files, because there's more than one of these .smpio hidden files. The flag is constructed from like 3 separate things, so you need a proper translation for this. Yeah. I think there should be a space after the brackets. There should be a space after the brackets and before the... Okay. Let's give this give this another try. Find /name. Actually, maybe we should just find in the current directory. Find current directory name.smpio and then exec ls-l brackets / semicolon to dev null and then background it. Okay, so we managed to find it. So we got Smpio. There's 3 of these. There's 3 of these. Should we add these together? I don't know what the challenge wants. So we go to the translation. It's put together the information found, number of bytes of .example, contents of output of the executable. Okay, so there's probably going to be 1 executable. You need a proper translation. Okay, so let's clear this. We should probably look at a proper translation. I think the reason why there are so few solves for this challenge. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think we should take this one at a time. So they talk about how to use the ls command, the cd command, the cat command, etc. Right? So let's take a look at the first part first. Okay. Try to get a list of the contents of the folder as soon as you connect to the challenge. Okay, this doesn't tell us how to get the flag. Next paragraph is this. Oh, I think they want... Okay, let's take a look at the translation. CD command is used to change this path from the absolute. Try navigating to the first alphabetical folder that you find. The first alphabetical folder that you find. Okay, so in this case, it's the Cartella directory. So cd Cartella. Okay, yeah, all right. We just need to make sure that we're following the instructions. Try navigating to the first. Remember the size in bytes of the file found in the folder. Okay, so we're looking in this folder then. So .smpio. So .smpio is, so this is the number of bytes, right? Let's copy this. I'll just copy over these parts as we go. So number of bytes in Smpio, contents of the file gato. So let's get the contents of the file gato. Cat gato this. Okay, we'll copy that and we'll put it in a safe place. And then the next one is output of the executable. So is there an executable in the program, in this directory? Soto Cartella is an executable file. No, this is a directory. This one here is an executable file. It's called Eseguibile. I have no idea. Eseguibile. Oh, executable. Okay, so Eseguibile means executable. Well, I mean, that's my guess. Okay, banana na na na. Great. Let's copy that. And the last part is what? Name of the file that contains OLIcyber. Name of the file that contains OLIcyber. So this is grep, right? So grep current directory pattern OLIcyber. That is what we're looking for, right? OLIcyber, yeah, okay. So if we run this, oh, this is a directory, okay. Grep, we can run it recursive in the current directory and below, and look for the pattern OLIcyber. Okay, so this is the name of the file. So the name of the file is this random string. Okay, so I think I got the flag now. So I take all this information and I, paste it together, and it looks something like this. Do they want it in a specific format? I think we need to wrap it with the flag wrapper like this. That is a valid flag. Okay, great. That took a little bit of time, but we eventually got there. Okay, so we can do the last part of today's stream now. Let me go ahead and set that up. So topic 3 is done. Topic 4 is here. Okay, so we're going to be continuing our investigation of the challenges over at another platform called Standoff365. Then Standoff365.com is a advanced CTF platform. Well, calling it advanced is kind of it's kind of an over exaggeration, but it's a very good platform. That is complete. Well, it's not completely free. They've got free components to it, and one of the free components that is on this website is it's a range of network computers that you can do pen testing against. Well, it's not exactly pen testing, but it's you can do security testing against them. It's really fun. What we're trying to figure out, there's a bunch of secrets we need to figure out in this network. The machines are all connected to each other, and let's see. Let's get started. Let's get ready for this. So if I take a look at the etc host file, we've managed to map out a bunch of the machines on this network, right? I don't think we need the one for this anymore, but we've figured out these different IP addresses on the network and what domains they're exposing. Alexander, geez, you just you really like. I mean, I really like doing one-liner commands as well. I don't know if I don't know if I would have the patience to create this kind of stuff, but it's great that that you can figure it out. Okay, so let's move into. I'm keeping my notes in my home directory. Walkthroughs. Write-ups for Standoff 365 in the bootcamp. Okay, so we've got our notes. So networknotes.txt. I think this is it. Let me. Hold on. I just need to set myself up before I start doing the challenge. Otherwise, I could get well, I could be disorganized, and I don't like being disorganized if I can help it. Okay, so networknotes.txt. Oh, okay. I think it's called net overview. Okay, so we're keeping track of all the notes for the machines on this network in this file over here. As we find more stuff, we'll be adding to this. Okay, so another thing we need to do is we need to actually connect to the service via OpenVPN. And the way we do that is, let's see, VPN access. We'll just rename this tab. We've got our key inside the downloads directory. And this is the key here, standoff battle 7 config. Nice, nice hacking. Well, I mean, this is it's a very slow process because there's like 14 different hosts on this network. 14 or 15, there might be more. So we're just gonna use our VPN key to connect to the network. Oh, they want our username and password. Let me go ahead and get that. Just a second, everybody. So my username on here is the Shy Hat. Paste in our password, and now we're connected. Or at least we should be. Oh, wait. Why? Auth failed. Did I? Oh, no. I'm not using the... Okay. I copied the wrong password. What does int do in Python? Int? I mean, the int function by itself? With the... Well, I mean, I'm not super familiar. Is it int or init? Are you sure it's int and not init? Python. Are you talking about init or are you talking about int? It's a special method within a class. Oh, this is class creation stuff. Yeah, it's not something that I pay a lot of attention to because I'm not usually creating classes. A bunch of words that you put with the yeah. But anyways, let's move on. Okay, so I didn't put in the correct password, so let's put in the correct password this time. Well, I mean, most of the time, if I don't know something, I'll just look it up. It's more important to be able to get to search for stuff quickly. Okay, so we're now connected to the network through the 10.0 interface. Great, and we can resume our enumeration. So yeah, I wonder which one of these machines we should try to compromise next. I think we were trying to look for a vulnerability on the test web server over here, and Well, let's give it a try. Actually, this is called testwebserver.edu.stf. Let's just try looking at this in our web browser. Site is okay. This was the server where you need to provide the correct user agent string. Okay, actually let's take our notes regarding this because we need to keep track. So test web server is the web page is looking for a specific user agent header to give us access, but we don't know what that is. So the good thing about having a lot of targets is that you can bounce around between them. If you're interested in doing this network yourself, it is a lot of fun. But you definitely need to know more than just the basics of network pen testing to get the most out of this. Am I logged in? Yeah, okay, I'm logged in. Okay, so after you've logged into Standoff365, you want to go to HackerBase Bootcamp. And oh, you know what I remember now? I remember there are objectives on this particular challenge. So after you want to go over to this page, and then you want to download the VPN key through access and resources. So VPN connection, access and resources, download the config, that'll download the key. And then you can connect to the network, and then you can start scanning against the network. Okay, so the other thing that I noticed here is that so inside of Bootcamp, click on Bootcamp, and then there are some critical events. So critical events, I'm guessing that these are challenges that we need to solve. So let's just go about these in order. So web 1.1, remote code execution on library.edu.stf. So library is which one? Which one is library? Library is 233. And apparently there's it's reported that there's some sort of RCE on this endpoint. Okay, so let's check it out. Library.edu.stf. Navigate away from here. Okay, and I'll give myself like 2 hours to work on this last thing. I'm not going to be able to. Well, hopefully I'll be able to root one machine today. If I'm not able to root one machine today, then I guess I've failed my goal. Huh? Unable to connect. Well, I mean, we're not looking at HTTPS. We're looking at regular HTTP. Unable to connect. Why? This is target 233. So possible file upload attack. App is able to upload PNG files. It's running WordPress. Why can I not access the server? Let's try a regular old curl command. So for each one of these challenges here, we probably want to work inside of the correct directory here. We created a directory for each one of these targets that we found, So I'll just move inside that directory now. Okay, and we'll also rename the tab to this number. Okay, so let's just try a regular curl command to the endpoint. 10, 124, 1, 2, 3, 3. Okay, I think that the server's down right now because somebody has borked the server. That's my guess. Because I don't... Let me see if I can contact the server using ping. Okay, we can contact the server, but we can't access the web page. The web page is connection refused. So I mean, this is the disadvantage of using shared infrastructure. There's a bunch of different users who are all hacking these same machines on the network, and they might bring down the computers. Okay, so 22 and 80, possible file upload attack, running WordPress. I'm just going to try using curl to access this thing one more time. If I can't, then I'll move on to another target. Okay, curl it. Yeah. It's it looks like the server's down, so we need to move on to another target. Okay. So remote code execution on this one, local privilege escalation, local file inclusion on www.edu.stf. Okay, so we can try this one. So edu.stf is which target? www is 135. It's 235. Okay, so 235. We've got some notes on this. So found email address on the web port, and let's move into that directory, 235. Okay, and let's try contacting the server. So www.edu.stf. Copy that. Okay, so we can access this normally, and so this reports that there is local file inclusion on the endpoint. So this really helps us because we know exactly what kind of vulnerability we're looking for. Okay, so local file inclusion. We just need to find out where or which endpoint where the local file inclusion would be. And let's check it out. What we want to do is we probably want to do some mapping or some what is it called? Some directory busting on the target, because it looks like we haven't done it yet. Okay, so we just need to grab this. We need to run some GoBuster. Look for PHP, JS, TXT, zip, HTML, database files, all this good stuff. We will specify a URL and a word list. So we'll redirect this to a file called gobuster1.txt and run it in the background. So after a few minutes, we'll go into that file, gobuster1.txt, and we'll look at what endpoints the program was able to identify. Actually, let's just take a look at it real quick. So just index.php here. So if there's a local file inclusion vulnerability on the box, we need to find some sort of reference to specific files inside of the website. So it doesn't look like there are any Thank you very much for following Gendo2. Welcome to the stream. I don't see any links on the page. We can take a look at the source code for this thing. We got the assets directory. I'm pretty sure we can't just access the assets directory directly. Yeah, you don't have permission to view this resource. What other... We could look for files inside of the assets directory later. Look on the source code, HTML, view page source. Yeah, for sure. Okay, assets, arrow right. So if we don't find anything substantial with our directory busting attack, we could try looking inside of the assets directory next. Or just doing like a directory busting attack inside there. Inside the JS file may be interesting. Which JS? So get load? You talking about this one? Fetch API. Oh, there's an API directory. So, oh, this might be our local file inclusion right here, because this makes reference to a specific file. So /ops/cpu.txt. That was a great observation, Tubred. Thank you. Okay, let's go back. So let's hit this endpoint, API read.php. So yeah, so we got this CPU usage 52%, but at the same time, we could specify a different file in here. So file equals, let me record this. We'll record this in our notes. So this is for 35. LFI vuln at this endpoint here. Okay, let's go back. So if this is vulnerable to local file inclusion, then we would need to, we can specify a file. So we could specify the etc password file. Yeah, okay, so there is definitely local file inclusion on the box. We've got a bunch of different users here, and we just need to find some way to turn the local file inclusion into remote command execution, or remote code execution. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and record all this. Inside the directory, we'll call this one, well, you know, we'll just name these. Password. Okay. Maybe that's the chain to RCE. I mean, it's probably a chain to RCE. What was that? What was the one technique that we can do for local file inclusion to run arbitrary commands? It was called, oh, I forget. It was like a something chain, right? If anybody remembers, let me know. But I've used the technique a couple of times on different local file inclusion boxes to get remote command execution. PHP wrapper, right? Or PHP chain generator, right? Okay. Let me look at my notes. PHP chain generator, yeah. Let's see. Oh, okay, I see. I see it. Yeah, filter chain. It's PHP filter chains. So this is the page. It's a really great technique. It allows you to turn local file inclusion into remote command execution. So they mention it over here. So PHP filter chain generator, a CLI to generate PHP filter chains. Get your RCE without uploading a file if you control entirely the parameter passed to a require or include in PHP. I mean, we'll see if it works. It's not guaranteed to work, but if it works, then we have remote command execution. Okay, and okay, so the actual filter chain generator, it's over here. Let's download that. Let's download that Python script. Copy raw file, and we'll just call this one. We'll call this file filter chain. Okay. And then Python filter chain will be, so we're just going to create a very simple web shell using using the filter chain. If it works, then we'll have remote command execution on the target. Okay, so it creates all this stuff right here, and what we need to do is we need to use this with the local file inclusion. So we just need to grab all this, and we can use what is it called? A curl command to get this done. So curl verbose, and then we need to reference the web page. Actually, let's just paste in all the stuff first. We'll paste in the stuff. We need to include the name of the web page that is vulnerable to local file inclusion over here. Then go back. And then we need to add something else to the end of this, because we are creating what is it called? A web shell. So we'll just put our web shell command over here on the end of this very long chain. Okay, and maybe it didn't work. Binary output can mess up your terminal. Use output to tell curl to output to your terminal. Consider saving the file. Am I missing something here? So this is the correct page. Read.php file equals PHP filter, all that stuff. And then we add on to the end our command. Seems like it's not working. I mean, it might be because we're not using the correct brackets. We're not using the correct quotes. Let's use these quotes instead. You know what? I'm gonna try putting this into the web browser. Let me just copy the entire thing. Then we will... okay. It worked. It worked. We were able to use the filter chain to get our web shell working to get RCE. So it returns a bunch of binary data, but it also returns the result of our Sigma Mind. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? We just managed to get RCE on one of these, what was it, Standoff365 machines. So I discovered that they have a list of different attacks that you can do for each one of these 365 machines. Standoff. Where is it? Over here. So if you click, after you go to the bootcamp, you can click on the bootcamp, and then you can click on this tab over here called Critical Events. It lists off all of the different attacks that you're supposed to be able to do on the targets, and we're working on this one over here. So local file inclusion on this target here. So this target here, and then I think we've got remote command execution on it as well, because we just used a filter chains attack to upload a web shell. So from here, what we want to do is we want to get direct access to the web server. Okay, you know, I could include the entire RCE payload into my report, but it seems forgot to go check that out further. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's here. Whenever you got whenever you have some time. Okay, so where's my report? My report's here. So LFI vulnerability is here. Filter chains, PHP filter chains. Payload to gain RCE is here. I guess I can put it between some of these quotes. There you go. All right, and Hanky says the return contained binaries, so curl needed the output. Ah, right. Okay, so in curl, where is it? Binary output can mess up the terminal. Use output to tell curl to output to the terminal. Anyway, consider this thing to save the file. So just tack this one on. Okay, so yeah. I mean, I guess we could do it with curl if we do it like this. It's probably a lot better than, you know, interacting with. Yeah, this is probably the better way to do it instead of interacting with the web browser. Let me change up my music because I seem to have run out of my current list. Okay, so at this point, we want to get a reverse shell connection to the box. Normally, what I like to do is I like to create a binary that creates a reverse shell connection. That's probably what I'm going to be doing. I need to create some more. Let's go ahead and make one of those. So we're just going to use some venom. The only issue is that we need to find our IP address. Should be pretty easy to find. Just get our ton0 address here. Then create our, oh, that's the wrong directory. Okay, so let's copy it to our current directory. So move tmp reverse.elf to this directory. I guess we should probably call this something a little bit less conspicuous than reverse.elf if this is a shared environment. Let's just call it something else. So reverse.elf, we'll rename it to fun. We'll just call it fun. Okay, and then we can upload this. So to upload this, we would just... Actually, before we do that, I want to craft the... We need to do a little bit more investigation on this particular server. Okay, so who am I? We'll just replace our command, which wget. So we want to make sure that there's... URL rejected malformed input into a URL function. Wait. Why does it have an issue with this command? Okay, this is okay. It might be the spaces. It might not like the spaces. So if I do lsla, yeah, okay. It's because of the spaces in here. I need to URL encode these. What's the space? The space is like percent URL encode for the space character. URL encode space character. It's like percent, is it percent 20? It's percent 20, okay. So I just need to make sure all my spaces are URL encoded. So it's which percent 20 wget. So user bin wget. So we can upload using wget, or at least we should be able to. The other thing I want to make sure of is that we're being respectful to other users on the box. So we definitely don't want to upload to regular directories. We want to upload to temporary directories. Okay, so let's take a look at the temporary directory first. So percent 20. exploit.c. Yeah, okay. I guess other people aren't being so polite. That's fine. And yeah, let's go ahead and create a directory there. So make directory /temp /... don't mind me. Okay, so we make that directory, and let's make sure that it was created. ls. Is there a way to loop an if statement? Loop an if statement? Yeah. Shouldn't be too hard. What are you trying to do? Oh, did that not work? LS. Oh, I think it might be. Oh, okay. That didn't work. It might be because of the minus. It might be the minus something here. Oh, we need to put it. Yeah, we need to put another space here. %20. Okay. So we wanna upload our malicious binary into this directory here. So first of all, we want to host. We also want to host the file inside the directory. So let's move into the directory here as well. Oh, no, this is the wrong directory. Yeah, okay. So we will host this actually, before we do that, let's make the command. So it's going to be wget and then our IP address and then fun. We need to output it into another directory. So wget output file. We need to use the it's like -O. So O, we'll still call it fun. We will put it in the temp ... don't mind me directory. Hopefully that works. And then we need to URL encode this. Before we do this, of course, we need to actually set up the server. So Python m http server 80 and URL encode. Okay, turns into this. That's fine. Okay, we're serving the file here. We'll rename this, we'll call it localhost. We'll call it Python server. Python web server. Okay, we got a really long command here. We're just gonna get rid of everything. I'm gonna paste in our wget command and run it. Okay, if that worked, then we should see that the file was downloaded. It was downloaded, okay. So all we need to do now is, well, I think we need to create more tabs. Okay. 10, 4, 1, 2, 3, 5. And I'll rename this one as well, because we're no longer working with 233. 10, 2, 3, 5. Okay, so here what we're going to do is we're going to set up a reverse shell listener to catch our reverse shell. We're going to force the web server to connect back to us. So we're just going to run the RL wrap program around our netcat shell. This is going to create a shell that's quite functional, but not completely functional like an SSH shell. It's still pretty good for netcat. Okay. So all we need to do now is just adjust the command here. We need to make so we need to chmod 777 on temp ... don't mind me fun to make this executable. Okay, and now that it's executable, we can just run that file. Okay, when we run this, it doesn't complete, and that's a good indicator that we've managed to hang the process. And if we look over at our reverse shell, we say that we've got our connection back. We're going to call this remote access 10.124.1.235. Okay, we can give ourselves a fancy color. How about red? Red is dangerous. Okay, so which Python 3? There is Python 3. So we're going to upgrade our shell a little bit more using Python. Import pty.spawn bin bash. Okay, now we're in. I guess so we can talk about this with our good friend Scary Hacker Voice Man. So Scary Hacker Voice Man will talk about how we got into the server. Let me call him up.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man shows up every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. WWW Administrator, it seems like your application is vulnerable to local file inclusion. That is a big mistake. We managed to chain local file inclusion into PHP filter chains, which gave us remote command execution. Maybe you knew about these security flaws, or maybe decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
Okay, so we're in. Tweaking Productions 420 says, take the mask off for 100 gifted. I don't think 100 gifted is quite enough. Try 1,000 or 10,000. It's 2 Bob says, that's not disturbing at all. Well, I mean, we're just trying to have a little bit of fun over here. And yeah, we got access as the WW data user. Typically, this is not a user that has very much... It doesn't have very much access to the web server. So what we want to do is we want to find a way to escalate our privileges. So this is what we're going to do. I'm just going to move into the home directory, and there are a few different users here. Oh, there's a flag. There's something called RCE flag here. That's great. Tweaking Productions, $500, not good enough. Doxing myself for $500 isn't worth it. If you think it's worth it, I don't know what to say. All right. Anyways, we got ads running on Twitch right now, so I'm just gonna put some ads on YouTube, and we'll take a little break. Let's put on the birds. All right, we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Okay, we'll be continuing momentarily. It's Bob. Hello, nice to see you here. I think it's been like a hot minute since I've seen you in the stream, but welcome back. Alright, so let's get back to the hacking stuff. So we've got an RCE flag, we've got a few different users. Oh, interesting. There's a unique user in here named Heavy. So I think we might need to compromise this user. Okay, so let's see if we can hunt around for some credentials first. So the Bobs, I have a watching streak. Just thought I should shut up for a while and not talk so much. Oh, no worries, no worries. If you want to just chill out and watch the stream, you don't necessarily need to chat if you don't want to. It's fine. Okay, so there's assets, there's config. There might be something cool inside the config directory. We should probably take a look. Config is not a directory. Okay, what are we dealing with? VPN access flag. I guess this is a flag right here. And what kind of certificate are we talking about here? Begin certificate, end certificate. I mean, I'm not... OpenVPN static key. Wait, I think we're looking for these. Yeah, hold on. So it said in the challenge for Bootcamp, so connect to the cyber range, choose tasks, dive into the mission, scan the network, find available services, explore them, obtain access to the VPN config file pertaining to the internal network. So I think this might be what we're looking at right now. So find employees' email addresses and send them phishing emails. Okay. We might be looking at the VPN config file that we're supposed to be looking for. Let me go ahead and copy all of this. So I'll just copy the entire output. We'll save it to a file. We'll call it config, because that's what it was called on the server. I'll just paste in all this information here. So how do we, remote 10.124.1.253 on port 443. Wait, this pertains to another machine. So this machine is the 253 host. The 253 host is Yeah, port 433, no response. So I guess if we give it certain information, it will respond to us. I don't especially know how to interpret this stuff over here. We'll just save it out. I've never dealt with this kind of file before. Maybe I'll try asking our good friend. We'll try asking our good friend the AI how to use this, because I've never really used these kind of keys before. Okay. So let's go to our good friend the AI and ask, how can we use this? Try saving it as .openvpn. Oh, really? We just need to save it as an OpenVPN file? Really? Okay. Well, I'll try, but thank you very much for letting me know about that. NRT. How do we use this config file to VPN into another host? Okay, and then we will give it an information. We'll see what it says. But yeah, I can definitely follow your advice there, NRT. I just want to see what the AI has to say about this first. This is a valid OpenVPN client configuration file. This can be used to VPN into the target machine, but only if you have both the OpenVPN config, which you have, and username and password, because auth user pass is enabled. Oh, I mean, I think they're looking for they might be looking for my standoff credentials. Okay. OpenVPN will prompt you for a VPN username and password. Okay, these are not in the config file. Sure. Let's see. HTBuff says it's almost as if you're going to have to be a hacker. Well, I don't know. Sometimes I fit the description. Sometimes I don't. Okay. Connect using OpenVPN. So sudo OpenVPN config. I mean, do we need to use this argument? We just normally I just use the name of the file, right? Okay, let's give it a try. Let's give it a try. So config, we'll rename this because we're VPNing into a specific host. The host is this one right here. So we'll just rename it to this. Move config to this dot ovpn. OVPN. Okay. So if that's the case, let's try doing more VPN access. I'll just rename this to more VPN access. Okay, we do sudo openvpn with this file right here. We need this password. It's going to ask us for the username and password. My password is this. If my password doesn't work, then we're going to have to look for another password. Okay, this is not the correct password. So if this is not the correct password, we need to go and search around for the OpenVPN password. So it doesn't. So the configuration file doesn't let you know. Oh. This doesn't tell you what the username is. Yeah, it doesn't. Okay. Let's report this. So this is the 235 host. So 235 host. Okay. VPN key found for 10.124.1.253. No, requires username and password. So it requires creds, but no creds. Yeah, it requires creds, but we don't have the creds. We need to find the creds. They might be on this box, or they might be on another box. I'm hoping they're on this box. But yeah, let's see. We got a remote access here. Still, we've got our remote access here, and it was sitting around in the web server, like the web page directory here. Let's take a look at the index.php. So surely the method wouldn't be like some sort of brute force attack. I'm hoping it's not some sort of brute force attack. Okay, so there's the API directory. And there's just the read.php thing in here. So read.php, it's got some stuff for reading a file. So it gets the file. Okay, so where do we start snooping around? So there might be stuff in the op directory. There's CPU. Oh, okay. Interesting. So there's the directory called vxagent. Then there is cpu.txt and cpu.sh. Echo CPU usage, and then output to opcpu.txt. Okay, so can we hijack the script? It's a root owned script. And it's using, well, we can't. Can we do path hijacking? Echo path. So this is the path here. Can you read the script? Yeah. This is the contents of the script right here. Let me give it to everybody in chat. So I mean, I'm pretty sure we could do some path hijacking on this. But when we run the script, yeah, okay. If it's being run as a cron job, we can't necessarily do that path hijacking. We can't just add our own directory to the path. Might check vmstat for Prevesk. Yeah, so vmstat is vmstat. Let's give it a check. GTFO bins. PSpy, yeah, that's a good idea. So PSpy is a very good. It's a very good tool for figuring out what's happening on what's happening as what is it called? Cron jobs on a target. PSpy is over here. Okay, so we'll just get the 64-bit version of PSpy over here. Copy that, and then, well, we don't have more VPN access anymore. We'll change this back to the Python HTTP server. Okay, we will download the PSpy 64 script, and then we will host our web server. Actually, before we do that, let's get our IP address. So this is the command we're going to use. Is it called PSpy 64? What is it called? PSpy 64. Okay, so we've got the command, and then we will host. We'll host on with Python, and then we'll download the thing. Let's go into our special temporary directory. Don't mind me. We'll wget the PSpy binary. It's kind of big. Okay, and then we will, well, let's because I want to cover my tracks a little bit, let's get rid of the, actually, I don't know if I want to get rid of this binary. I don't want to have to re-upload it later. I'll delete it, you know, when I'm logging off. PSpy 64, let's call it just call it spy. Okay, chmod plus x spy, and then we'll run spy, and redirect it to spy.txt. Run it as a process. Okay, so we'll just wait a minute or two, and then we'll see what processes are being run frequently. But yeah, NRT says check VM stat. Let's go ahead and do that. So at GTFO bins, where is it? So this might be a common Linux executable VM stat. It is not. I also need to check to see if that is the correct spelling of the executable. VM stat. There's some hacker on here who's running a program called XX. Yeah, interesting. This is why you should be yeah, that's sure is pretty cool. It's running like 1,000,000 times a second apparently. Caution in lab shared environments. Yeah, kind of. Okay, that's not mine. This is probably somebody else's shell. grep v exploit. Yeah, that's probably the best way to do it. Okay, so bin su help is being invoked over and over again. User bin vmstat12 is being okay. Yeah. So cpu.sh is being run as a cron job. Might be linps. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so we know that cpu.sh is being run as a cron job. We need to investigate vmstat next. So I'm pretty sure we can just get rid of the process. So rm or kill 1964336. Okay, just to be polite, and we can get rid of spy, and we can get rid of spy.txt because we know what's being run with regular intervals. So this stuff was all in the op directory. VX agent. Okay, so service.env modules, events cache, connect WSS. Huh, this looks like what is the WSS protocol? Time to search around. WSS protocol. WebSocket protocol. Secure. Maybe. Oh, you know what? Maybe I should be running some linps. Because, I don't know what's going on here. So it's making reference to something outside of the regular range. This might be the internal. This might be making contact with an internal network. Okay, let me add this to my notes. This was 35. Okay, so found reference to an internal network or a different network. Let's just call it an internal network. Okay, so the old soldier. I'm not too sure. Let me take a look at your link too, Bob. Thank you. So VX agent is what? The monorepo soldier? Is that how you pronounce it? VX monitor agent. Okay. Endpoint detection and response system, which consists of centralized management part with extensive web UI and agents that are installed in the endpoint system. Allows you not only to configure secure policies, but write your own modules. Okay, so at this point, maybe we can look for something. Actually, I guess we should talk about. We should also mention the this exact file. So it's opt.cpu.sh. Let's see, privilege script running with elevated privileges. Privilege script running at this location. Whoops. So /opt/cpu.sh. Contents below. Okay, and we'll just cat that out, or whatever it is. Where? Opt cpu.sh. Where are we? Here. Okay, so this is what we got. So vmstat. Actually, we should get the version of vmstat that's being used, just in case there's a version that's vulnerable to something. So let's do vmstat tac version. vmstat 4.02. Let's do like quick scan. Okay, didn't find anything for that version. Is there something for vmstat in general? Nope. Okay, let's do a little bit of searching. Pro CPS-NG multiple vulnerabilities. So I mean that there was a reference to that in the version number. Where is it? Here. Pro CPS-NG. Oh, maybe I should be searching for this instead. Pro CPS-NG multiple vulnerabilities. Well, I mean, let's take a look at this. (44806). What is this? It's a big base 64 thing. What is it actually? What is this actually? Yeah, it's certainly base 64. Contents. Local privilege escalation in libpro CPS, high impact, low impact stuff. Okay, so I think what I want to do is I just want to look for something in on GitHub, something I can download and use. What is it called? Pro CPS-NG. So we got the database over here. We've got a bunch of different CVEs. It looks pretty old. It's from 2018. Oh, this is the exact document that I downloaded. It doesn't tell you anything specifically. Oh, there's code in here. Okay, so it looks like there's a few different potential vectors here. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch, run them on YouTube, and put on the birds. How about some different birds? Okay, here's one from the winter. It's not snowing here yet, but in a couple of months it probably will be. Anyways, enjoy. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. But enjoy the winter birds. Almonds, says the bird. I'll have some of that. Yeah. Every once in a while, I spoil the birds with some almonds. They really like the almonds. I think they like the almonds as much as they like the ooh, as much as they like the regular old peanuts. That's a gorgeous bird. Okay, let's get back to the hacking. All right, so local privesc. So local privesc in lib. Let's take a look at the vulnerability and then the hack. Let's search for that. Okay, so this function parses the processes command line PID environ. Okay. It's vulnerable to 3 integer overflows. So what is the hack? We're faced with several difficulties. We must defeat, oh no, memory protections. Okay. Must be one shot or as close to one shot as possible. Okay. So that's probably the thing that's running as a cron job. Okay, our proof of concept spawns 5 different types of processes. Great. So I'm expecting non-pi, non-pi. Okay. And this one is if we want to get around pi. So I'm patches.tar.gz.base64. So this is this going to, is this a binary? Is this a binary that's been converted into base64? Hold on. Let's go all the way to the bottom. Okay, and then we can convert it back in the other terminal. So before we do that, we'll probably need to move into our special directory here. Okay, so we're going to echo out to, I don't know, this thing. We're going to base64 decode. And we're going to call it file. We're going to call it file for now, because I don't know what it actually is. I don't think this worked. I do not think this worked. I think I'm going to have to reestablish my shell. Okay. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to reestablish my shell. I'm going to create the file here, and then I'm going to upload it to the target. Okay. So the base 64 version of it is this, right? Save that out. And then this directory is getting cluttered up with all sorts of stuff. Okay, before we run our Python server, let's get our IP address again so that we can upload it. Actually, hold on. Let's just create the file. Well, let's just convert the file now. So base64 decode file.b64, output that into file thing. So what is file thing? This is a gzip compressed data was patches.tar, okay? So, I mean, this is a tar file. It's, what was it? tar xvf or something? Is it xvf or it's... I have to look it up every time. Tar uncompress. XVF. Okay, I guessed correctly. Tar XVF file thing. Actually, we need to change the extension. We'll call it patches.tar. And then we do tar xvf Oh, geez. What is... That's a lot of files. Cypher, hello, nice to see you here. We're just trying to do privilege escalation on a specific target. You know, it's a good thing that it created a directory to put all this stuff in. Yeah, so the stuff we're working on right now is over at Standoff365, which is a pretty cool Russian CTF platform. I guess I should probably talk about this as well, because this led us to discovering the local file inclusion. According to this JS file, LFI vuln at this endpoint, PHP filter chains payload to get RCE. So, yeah, I'm not too sure. So it looks like we do need to find some way to abuse this vmstat. Whether or not we're supposed to be using the method outlined over here, I'm not completely sure. It's not very straightforward. I wonder if this particular thing is outlined on the Forbidden platform. Hold on. Let me look around for it. Forbidden platform. Abel443, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? We need to remind ourselves what we do, so let's hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, so let's search for this particular thing. It's called Pro something something. Pro CPSNG. No results. Nope. Okay. I guess not then. Okay, let's see. Pro CPS NG, vulnerable to a process hiding. Okay. Advisories. GitHub, command line. Nothing that shows us any POC. Abel443 says, "Were you able to do the rabbit store from their previous stream? I struggled a lot. With the privilege escalation. Yeah, I decided to look at the walkthrough because I've never dealt with Rabbit MQ before, and the privilege escalation is kind of obscure. It's kind of obscure. The first thing you need to do is you need to find a way to communicate with the Rabbit MQ command line. Well, with the Rabbit MQ service, and you can do it through the CLI tool. You just need to make sure to use the correct credentials, or to check the correct network rather, or the correct node. Yeah, the correct node. From there, if you're able to take a look at the users, and thank you very much, Kiros Osama. Hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, if you're able to list out the users on the system, it tells you exactly how to get the root password. But the processing involves a lot of searching around. But yeah, if you want to spoil yourself, you can. You can look up the write-up. It's pretty obscure. You're probably not going to be able to figure it out for yourself. Okay, so what I'd really like to do is I would like to find a proof of concept. So let's just look up this CVE. And oh, I think there was another fun. Yeah, this one over here. This one. Let's see if we can find something. What did it find? Okay, it found some stuff from exploit EDB rather. Found some references. This is probably the same stuff I've been looking at over here. The thing from Packet Storm probably isn't gonna tell me anything new, but I'll take a look anyways. Okay. Oh. Do I need to agree to something before I can take a look at the stuff on the site? I guess I need to. Same number, yeah. Wow, that's a fancy 404 not found page. Yeah, it's great. Okay, well, broken links. Oh, we don't have remote access anymore, right? Okay, let's get our access back. So it's Python 3. Let's upgrade our terminal. Is cool, didn't know about that one. It's, yeah, that's, the thing is that you need to have, what is it called? This is relatively new. My friend OreoBite introduced it to me. It's called the scan. Yeah, the X scan. Most of the time, you need a CVE. I think you can search. You can search. You're supposed to be able to search by name as well, but most of the time, you need to have a CVE first. It's like a year old or something. Yeah, that's relatively new as far as like security tools are concerned. That's like super new. Let's see if we can find some POC. There's no known... There's no POC? Oh. Well, I mean... Dang it. Maybe I should look for something else. Let's download some... Let's download and use LinPs. I'm pretty sure I've got a version of LinPs on in my downloads folder, but let me check. Yeah, I've got a version of LinPs over here. So the other thing that I was really interested in on this target is that there's a special user. Which box are we doing? Well, we're doing a network. So it's called the Bootcamp Network. It's got like 14 different hosts with it's got 14 different hosts with different domains. It's basically a bunch of connected web servers, and it's part of something called the Bootcamp Network. Oh, and in case you didn't know, we're working over at Standoff365. So I'm really interested in finding hipster. Yeah, this is free, right? Yeah, it's free. It's completely free. Well, it's not completely free. You can pay for stuff to get more, access to more stuff. I have so the person who recommended this website to me, she's like a super CTF player. She was on the DEF CON team that won this year. And she said that she might be able to come on stream to talk about the platform and all the other features on it. Maybe sometime in early December. But yeah, that'd be a ton of fun. Okay, so what were you doing? Yeah, I want to upload LinPs and do some scans. Okay, The HTTP server, let's... Okay, what's this? Oh, that's, yeah, all these patches. Let's step away into the downloads directory. And then we can upload the linps script. So it's Python, serve this thing. Okay, so this is the linp script. Let's upload it and then let's run it. Maybe we can find some alternate paths. Okay, and we'll move into okay. It's a big script. Okay, let's rename this thing to lp.sh. Kirlos Osama says, I can read Twitch chat from here. Is it the same over at Twitch? Yeah, Twitch people can read YouTube, and YouTube people can read Twitch. It's a nice little feature from Restream.io. But yeah, you can you guys can talk to each other if you wanted to. All right, let's make the thing executable. Actually, you know what? To better obfuscate what this is, I guess we could just change the name of this thing to not be an SH file. We'll just call it LP. So we will LP. Do some coding for the next topic, please. Well, I mean, I don't think there's going to be a next topic today. We're going to be going on for another 30 minutes or so, and then we'll be wrapping up. Okay, so we're just gonna run linps. We will pour through this with a fine tooth comb, and then we will try to figure out the privilege escalation vector. Oh, the pseudo version might be vulnerable. Okay, let's keep track of this. Just a second, I gotta keep track of this stuff in my notes. Hello YouTube, hello Twitch. Cross-platform salute, thank you, thank you. Okay, so what are we looking at? So the pseudo version might be vulnerable. What? The path might be vulnerable? Writable path abuses. Okay. I've never seen this particular vulnerability before. Okay, can user mounted file systems. There's an API directory, sure. So we could take over these things using this pseudo vulnerability. I don't know. Anyways, I'll put it in my notes for stuff that we need to look at. How have I never heard of your channel before? It looks like you have some pretty good content. Well, I mean, you can come on by. We do a stream every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We talk about a lot of different cybersecurity stuff. Okay. WW data. Broken pipe for all this stuff. Versus FTP daemon found. Oh, you know what? We didn't bother to take a look at the network connections. Definitely be tuning in every once in a while. Thank you very much. I appreciate all the viewers. Okay, so open file by processes, www data, sure. PPID belongs to a different user. We're just gonna wait. It looks like it's taking a while to scan this thing. So we're just gonna wait here. And in the meantime, I'm gonna look up this weird path vulnerability. So if anybody knows what this could... You have a Discord for the channel? If anybody knows what this weird path thing is at the very end with the dot, let me know what that potentially means. Yeah, we've got Discord. Here's the link. Let's try asking ChatGPT. What is this weird Linux path? This is not a weird Linux path, it's a path environment variable listing all the directories that the shell searches when you type in command. Here's the exact meaning. Okay, so the current directory. The current directory is used as a path, okay? The final entry means the current working directory. This is a security risk. Cypher asks, are you malware? Are you malware? Yeah, just a dot. Okay. I mean, I've never seen the current working directory as a path variable, as a path directory. That's not great. It allows the execution of any file in the current directory simply by typing its name. Okay. So if an attacker places a fake, oh, okay, it can be used for path hijacking. Okay, sure, yeah. So it would run their file, not the system one. So that's why most Linux systems do not include dot in the path anymore. So we could use this path for path hijacking, yeah. And we do have some. Where is it? Yeah, we do have this script that's being run. Echo CPU usage something something. The thing is I don't think we can write anything. We can't write anything to the directory where the CPU.sh script is. But yeah, Let's take a look at, well, if suid root binary calls service using a bare command, create your own file name service. It's probably intentional for a CTF. We'll come back to this. So we can take a look. Oh, we've got more ads. Okay. Sorry, everybody. Here's some ads. We'll be coming back in just a bit, but here's an American robin. It's having a little bath. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. Man, it sure is cold today. Anyways, let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. Okay, so what are we looking at? What? What is this new Naughty? What is Naughty? Is Naughty the name of a host? Hold on. SSH. So somebody is accessing a remote server with SSH as this user, ptops.edu. Let me add this to my notes too, jeez. Okay, searching for vulnerable cron jobs. It should be able to locate. Oh, it isn't. I wasn't able to locate the other the script. System D version and vulnerabilities. System D version and vulnerabilities. Relative paths. System D information. Let me add this to the notes. Unix socket analysis. Dbus analysis. Interfaces. So this is something I'm interested in because we've got multiple networks. There's an internet. So this is the network that we currently have access to. Cute birdie, yeah, thank you. Okay, so this is the regular interface here. We also need to locate the internal network. Link local. Hostname information edu.stf. Sure. Host file information. Nothing super surprising. Okay, so there is wait. Oh. There's an FTP? Hold on. It says here that there's also MySQL. Oh, this is on TP. Oh, okay. Here's the funny thing: if you don't scan for IPv6, you're not going to find it. Funny. And it's huh. Port 21. Did I find that before? Hold on. Oh, we did. We did find port 21, but we weren't able to access it. Okay. Okay, so there's probably like MySQL on IPv6 3306. There's SSH on this, and then maybe more SQL running on 33060. Let me add this to the notes. There sure is a lot of stuff to keep track of here. Okay. UFW is not running, so UFW stands for Universal Firewall. So I guess that is that's good for us. This is what notes are for. Yup, that's true. Is the hostname malicious or leaked? It was included in virus total. Malicious true? Really? Okay. Well, I mean, it's not the same. It's not the same IP address. Uncomplicated firewall. Oh, okay. It's not universal firewall. No worries. Thanks for letting me know. ptrace protection is disabled. Well, let's make a note of that. Shared creds. I mean, possibly. We don't have any credentials specifically for this, or explicitly, I guess you could say. Okay. Pull-get users with console. So I'm thinking, I was thinking that we would have to somehow find a way to laterally privilege escalation into this heavy user, because they seem to be an admin on the system. Permissions? Yeah, they've got a lot of privileged groups for this heavy user as well. So that'd be really nice. Okay, log on. Wait, what? TTY1. We're currently the www data user. We're www data. So TTY1 means this user's logged in right now, right? And we've got logins from different IPs. Okay. So this is the potential internal network right here. This is, yeah, there's some other suspicious IP addresses. Okay, so what else? Okay, we weren't able to brute force any passwords. That's expected. PHP INI stuff. MariaDB.cnf there could be some interesting stuff in there. Probably not. FTP files, VFTP configuration, anonymous enable, but wait, we weren't able to log in as anonymous. Sudo is admin successful for CM, so CM is probably has sudo permissions. All right, let's go ahead and put on some new music. How about this one? My.cnf. Might as well take a look. Actually, this one's probably better. Okay, so we got some searching uncommon password files. Those usually don't really go anywhere. SSH config. Sometimes there's some interesting information in that file. SUID binaries, okay. Sudo umount password new grep mount unknown SUID binary RCE flag, okay, sure. Capabilities, parent process capabilities. Searching root files in home directories. Other people's linps. That's great. Unexpected in root. Okay, backup folders. Web files. Searching for password. Searching for emails instead of logs. Okay, so these are not... These are not super suspicious. What? Searching for possible passwords in configuration files? Password secret? I doubt this is... I really doubt this is actually like a password. Okay, so I guess we're done. Man. Okay, let's take a look at that SSH config. Okay. I was just wondering if there are any like super special rules. X11 forwarding, no. Great. Match user a non-CVS. Well, okay, this is all commented out. This doesn't apply. X11 forwarding, yes. So there was a user on TTY1. So could we take advantage of that? I think I've done something like that before, some sort of hijacking attack. Somebody logged in on another terminal. Okay, I ran linps, and it reported this user on TTY1. Could we? I am doing a CTF challenge, and I ran linps. Could we? What do you think of Node.js? Well, I mean, I encountered like applications written in Node every once in a while. If anybody in the chat has an opinion on Node, let us know. I don't know if you can just universally, you know, write it off as being bad. Could we do some sort of attack? Okay, a local user currently has an interactive login session on the physical console, Virtual Console 1. This can be useful in CTFs, but not in real life. Really? Okay. Well, I'll explain what it means, what it can and cannot be done in typical allowed CTF-style attack paths. Okay, on many Linux systems, TTY1 is the local physical console login. So the user heavy is logged in locally. This does not automatically give you the ability to interact with their session. You cannot do stuff. You cannot type in their session, read their keystrokes, etc. In some CTF machines, a logged-in local session enables certain attack vectors. I wonder if we've got any weird file permissions for this device. Saif Dean, are you talking to me? Are you asking about how long I've been studying cybersecurity stuff? I started back in 2020. If that's what you're asking. Okay, so this is... What does the C mean? Read, write, write. Well, I mean, we can't write to it, so we don't have any of these permissions. Okay. The TTY user left something behind. Okay. So one thing that we could do is we can take a look and see if there's any interesting permissions in the home directories. Huh. We can read some of these home directories. How did you get good? How did I get good? I just kept on doing... I kept on doing challenges. So I kept on doing challenges and I did a lot of documentation. So every time you complete a challenge, you need to document like how you completed the challenge, what commands you used, because eventually you're going to be seeing the same sudo as admin successful. Okay, bash logout. Eventually you'll see the same types of vulnerabilities over and over again, and would be useful, don't know, but you could try these. Trader. What is this? Reptier and Trader. I think I've heard of these. What kind of tools are they? I think they might be like privilege escalation, like suggesters or something like that. Okay, so CM didn't really bear any fruit. We can't enter the heavy directory. We can't enter the root directory for some reason. And let's try the other directories. It looks like we can read some of them. PT user edu. Okay. There's a .ssh directory in here. Oh, we can't read it though. Reptier is like stealing SSH sessions. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, auto hacking tools. Okay, Trader. Kind of trying to land a junior role. Should I just keep grinding? Yeah, what kind of junior role are you looking for? Are you looking for web app stuff? Are you looking for network stuff? Are you looking for something else? Let us know. PTSUDO user. Okay. No loose permissions here. Another directory we can now enter is ptops.edu. Oh, they've got bash history. And they've got an Ansible directory in here as well. Well, okay, they've got bash history, but we can't read it. Unfortunate. Web pen testing, also looking into mobile app hacking. Okay, no worries. 600, yeah. Unfortunate. Been grinding Portswigger Labs for web, but hunting has been hell. Oh, okay, okay. Kirlos, is that yeah, if you're able to get the Burp Suite certification, then you're if you get the Burp Suite certification, you're going to be definitely qualified to do web app testing. But the thing is that let's see, Second the Mind says, I told my manager to stop looking for OSCP guys for web app pen testers. Yeah, that's not OSCP guys are not going to be good web app pen testers because there's barely any web app stuff in the OSCP. Carlos, oh, okay, no worries, no worries. Yeah, but Burp Suite Certified Practitioner, it's a really good certification. It's gonna cost you like $500. That also includes your Burp Suite. That also includes your Burp Suite license, because you need Burp Suite. You need the professional Burp Suite in order to do some of those labs. Okay, it looks like we'll go for another 10 minutes, and then we'll wrap up the stream. Because I definitely don't want to go too much overtime on Friday night. Burp Suite Pro went up $25 this year. That's unfortunate. Okay, 10-minute countdown. Adolf D Gamer says, register for Amateur CTF 2025 challenge, but that's a group task. Can we join together? Yeah, I think I saw you sent a Reddit message before, right, Adolf? I'm afraid I can't do CTFs with community members. There's also the Heavyland Master directory in here we can look at. So there's a Ansible directory that we can't look at, bash logout, profile, SSH. I mean, this one is readable, so we can wander on into here and see what's in here. Heavy land master. Sick the Mind says it's more feasible than other major certifications. I also advocate for the Burp Suite certification over other expensive certifications. It's much less expensive. Honey Badger says no autocomplete directory. No, I'm using a netcat shell right now. So we got git ignore. Could this be a clue? I can read it. Git ignore /.idea. /.idea. That's kind of a... That could be a very obscure... It's time to go, it's office time. No worries, Eibel. Yeah, nice to see you here, and hope to see you again. Second Mind says, you have to realize pen testing is not an entry-level gig. It requires investment, significant learning to break into the field, especially if you have no prior IT experience. I will second that. Pen testing is... It's not typically an entry-level gig. You could get a pen testing job as an entry-level job, but it requires you to have a lot of previous knowledge on networking or like web development, stuff like that, you know, beforehand, just so you make sure that you've got all your bases covered and you don't embarrass yourself sometimes. Having no IT experience pretty much rules you out in everything. Yeah, in most, yeah. So like Second of Mind says, most cases, having no IT experience is pretty much, it's pretty bad as far as trying to get a job in pen testing with no IT experience. But you can teach yourself, it's possible, it's just going to be that much more difficult. I mean, so Adolf, I gave you some advice in the message over there. You just need to follow the advice. College and anybody trying to sell training with that tells you we're short of cyber we're short of cyber people. I mean, it used to be that they were short of cyber people. They reported that there were like 500,000 jobs or something that were available, but I don't think that's the case anymore. Short of capable cyber people. I guess that's the case. Okay, so dot idea. Heavy Landmaster. Well, I mean, this was just a directory with one file inside. I guess Heavy Landmaster is the name of like a Git repository, right? Bad pen testers do exist. I've had those conversations too about people who just don't get it or don't have the passion for the field and they gotta go. Thought I could grind my way through. I think you still could. You just need to do a lot more. You just need to study a lot more and get those certifications. If you show the employee that you're capable of doing the web app testing, then you are qualified. You need to study computer networking to make sure that any potential gaps in your knowledge are filled in before you start the job, of course. Sick of the Mind says, honestly, I should create a web app course. Web app course? Where would you create it though? Honey Badger says, I'm an undergrad IT student learning cybersec. Might ask some dumb questions here from time to time. No worries. Glad I found this streamer. Hey, glad to have you here, Honey Badger 1911. Put this stuff straight on YouTube. I think there are like YouTube courses. I think it's called like YouTube Education or something like that. You should look it up. I studied networking in uni, self-studied Network Plus material. Yeah, Network Plus is a good start. Okay, nothing here. So how about the audit edu? Audit edu. PT audit edu. Nothing worth looking at here. Okay, I think I've got to I got to start wrapping up the stream. Let's take a look at who is online right now. From the infosecstreams.com. I'm the only one on from infosecstreams.com. Okay. Let me take a look at who's online on Twitch. There are usually some fun people on Friday night. Let's see if we can find some. Okay, we got Moohiddles, we've got yeah, we've got Moohiddles online. Let's see what she's up to. Moohiddles is a person who does NASA and space content on Twitch. No worries, no worries. Yeah, you can come by if you want to talk. You can come by the Reddit or the Discord. Reddit is here. Discord is here. And Moohiddles is playing a game. Ah, okay. I mean, if we're talking about people playing games, might as well send you guys over to her. Can't wait for to see that channel pop off. I mean, hope so, one of these days. Anyways, we're going to be back on Monday. We're going to be doing more cryptography stuff. We're going to be doing more Linux hacking stuff. And hope to see you there. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much for coming to today's stream. I appreciate everybody's help and all the comments. When you arrive on Moohiddle's channel, if you could give this message here, OSFrog, hip hop hack, OSFrog, I would really appreciate it. Okay, everybody ready to raid? Have a great weekend, everybody. HackerFrogs out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.